Alright, this is going to be a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 80% speedrun using normal difficulty and DLC. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so to start off here, we're going to be starting off the tutorial battle where we're going to learn how to use auto attacks and arts. So basically your character will automatically use auto attacks whenever you're not moving, like you see here. One mechanic that we use throughout the run is we'll start a step after we hit one auto attack, and that will immediately cancel the animation so we can do faster auto attacks, which will allow our arts to charge up faster. As you can see here, Anchor Shot, our only art right now, it takes 6 auto attacks to charge up to max, and then we can use it. When I was a mechanic I was using there, you could see a blue circle go around Rex whenever I use an art. That's called an auto attack cancel. It happens whenever you use an art right when you're finishing an auto attack. One more detail is the auto attacks come in 3 stages. Every weapon in the game has 3-stage auto attacks, and you can either cancel on the first auto attack, the second auto attack, or the third one. Typically, we'll be canceling after the second auto attack for most of the speed run. It's about the most efficient for a reason we'll see in about 10 minutes for when we get a blade and we can use blade specials. So now we're continuing with the story. We're coming over here to turn in our salvage we got from that crabble we just killed. And we got a whopping 200 gold from it. So then we go ahead and continue on our way, and right here, Nopon comes up to us and tells us that the Chief Bana wants to hire us for a mission. And Bana is rich, so he's probably going to pay us pretty good. So we come up to Bana's office, and Bana tells us he's going to offer us 100,000 gold to go on a salvaging trip for him. That's just not 100,000 gold, it's 100,000 gold advance payment, so when we get back, we'll definitely get more money from that, right? So we're heading back to Gramps, our lovely Titan dragon friend companion, who acts as Rex's home for the story, for sure. And we tell him that we're going to go off on this mission, even though he tells us not to. So to start off, before we go on this mission, we're going to want to go prepare, because it's going to be pretty difficult, we can tell. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to head over to the shopkeeper, the accessory shop to be exact, and we're going to buy an Abyss Vest from the Nopon there, which Rex has wanting to be saving up for a long time, but it costs 5,000 gold and he can never afford that until now. So we're going to go ahead and pick that up and be on our way. Now we got our armor all sorted out. We want to put the rest of our money in savings account because Rex is a good kid and he wants to send money back to his mom in Left Syria. So we're just going to give away 90,000 gold for no good reason, because we can definitely not be using that for the rest of the journey. Luckily this is DLC speedrun, so we don't exactly need it. We're pretty good on money in this route. The Nopon there told us to come over to Max since he can't take that much money, so we had to take it straight to the courier so he don't have to worry about it getting lost on the route to him, and then he'll take it over to our Aunt Corinne later on. Now Ruri here tells us Rex is a big salvager in Argentum, so Ruri tells us that he has some cool new silver cylinders he wants to try out for salvaging. So we're going to go ahead and get our introduction to salvaging here. Basically, whenever you find a salvaging point like this, you can go to it with some cylinders and just not hit B, and you can go ahead and try salvaging. All it really consists of is 3 quick time events that you have to hit. We're going to purposely fail them here to save about 2 to 3 seconds in the speedrun because we don't really need to succeed in them. When you finish salvaging, you can get a treasure chest, a bunch of mechanical parts, and potentially you can get enemies as well. We got 2 spawns right here, which cost about a second, so we have to jump over the rail to avoid them, because we do not want to engage with them since that's kind of slow. We tell Ruri, we just tell it was fantastic, we just whatever we want to tell him, just to make him be quiet faster. So now we got 2 more steps to finish preparing for our mission. Step 1, we need to go get some food because we're going to get hungry on the way, so we're going to go buy some fish from the fishy market. And that's going to be right upstairs above Bana's office. So fish is a pouch item. There's like about a dozen different types of pouch items. Fish do, I think they reduce ether damage, yeah. Each different category of pouch item can do a different effect for your drivers. Minus ether damage isn't that great, but there are pouch items called desserts that we're going to be using, which are really good for the speedrun. Desserts will make your arts charge up passively over time, so we're going to be using Narcipair jellies, which passively recharge 0.4 auto attacks worth of arts per second, which actually adds up quite a bit in the speed run. And we'll be using that for pretty much the entire run. So right here we went and use it in. A cool mechanic in this game that makes it so we don't have to grind at all is whenever you do quests or you discover landmarks, etc., you get bonus XP. This doesn't go straight into your XP pool, it actually goes into a reserve bonus XP pool. Real quick right here, we're going to begin our first DLC items. So we're getting our first DLC items right here, and then we're going to also disable enemy aggression, which is a perk of having a DLC. We just went and grabbed all the items right there that we could. The main benefit right there is we get 50,000 gold, which helps us go shopping right now. And we're going to buy 2 fluffy hats and 1 muscle belt, which will increase our damage significantly in the really early game. We're also going to buy those 10 Arsaper jellies I mentioned earlier, which they recharge 0.4 arts per second. So yeah, back to bonus XP. So whenever you finish a quest or find a landmark, etc., you're going to get a little bit of bonus XP in your bonus XP pool. And the game kind of just saves that in a little savings account for you, so you can use it later whenever you're feeling underleveled. And we'll use that about 3 or 4 times in the speed run whenever it's beneficial for us to go out of our way and do it. We actually try to do it while we're in our way, like when we're going by an inn, except for one point. So now we're on the ship, and we're going to be talking to our teammates Nia, Dromark, Jin, and Malice, and Sever. Nia, Jin, and Malice are drivers, and Dromark and Sever are both blades. And we're going to be figuring out what our team's like for this mission, because we're going to be in the front group, like going into the action. So drivers and blades. Drivers are humans. Blades are these beings that kind of serve as weapons / companions, and they empower the drivers. They actually supply the drivers weapons. Right now, Rex isn't a driver, so he just has his own broadsword that's kind of weak. But like Malice and Nia, they're drivers, so they have really powerful weapons and have some really good abilities as well. Unfortunately, Nia is a healer class, and Malice is a tank, and Jin's an attacker. And tanks do more damage than healers, so we're going to be taking Malice and Jin with us, because you can only take 3 people in your party at a time. So right here it's going to give us an option to change our party, and we're going to swap out Nia for Jin, since he'll do a lot more damage and make the fights go a lot faster. Also going to do our first mini right here, and we're going to equip the muscle belt and fluffy hat we bought earlier, and eat a Arsaper jelly, which will last for about an hour and 10 minutes. Pouch items actually last a little bit longer than what they are advertised for, since they don't expire during loading screens and menu time, which is pretty neat. So here's the first little boss, or second little fight. I guess this is the first mini boss, the Lethal Lysat King. He goes down pretty easy. You don't have to do much to him. Jin and Malice will do most of the work on him, so we kind of just ignore him. And I'm actually going to run over to the doorway real quick. This is the only fight in the entire game that does this, but you actually spawn where you finish the fight at. Every other story battle in the game, you spawn at a preset location, which is kind of weird. But yeah, so that fight went down pretty easily with Jin and Malice's help. So now we're going to traverse through this ship. We're actually looking for something for Jin and Malice. They're hiring us through Bana to find a treasure. So we're going to go ahead and jump down to the bottom of the ship and just run by all these enemies, since we have enemy aggression disabled. In no DLC, when you don't have enemy aggression disabled, they're not really a threat. You can run by them just as well. You save about a second coming up if you have enemy aggression off, but it's not that big of a deal. There's a few parts later on where it helps out quite a bit. So we need to open this doorway, and it's kind of like not powered, so we can't open it. So we're going to grab an ether cylinder over here, which is the power source of this world. I guess I should mention, though, this world we're in is called Alres, and it's inhabited by Titans, which are these giant beings, like land masses pretty much. And then humans and other beings live on the Titans, and so do blades alongside the humans. So we go ahead and repower the ship, and then we can repower this control panel and go open the door and continue on our way to whatever Jin and Malice are looking for. And there is a giant alligator right there. That does not look fun. So to start this battle, I'm going to run straight to the left before engaging. I'm going to engage right here. There's a specific reason I do this. That's so if I engage right away, this alligator is going to charge me, Jin, and Malice all at once, and it's going to blow all of us down and stun us. And enemies always start battles targeting whoever you're controlling. And if whoever you're controlling dies, you respawn. If someone else dies, they don't respawn. And Jin and Malice are also a lot stronger than us too, so we don't want them to get blown down so they can take aggro right away. Also right there, the Alago does a move called Fin of Fear at half HP. So we just run away when he does that since it's area effect and we don't want to get hit by it because it will almost surely kill us after the first charge he does. So that fight's pretty straightforward too. It's just however fast Malice and Jin decide to kill it. Alright, so now that we finished with that, we're going to go ahead and go up to the prize, which happened to be a girl in a capsule who is on this hill right now, and a sword. We touched the sword, Jin stabbed us in the back and killed us. Now we're in heaven. And we're going to go ahead and meet up with Pyra right here, which is going to be our first blade. She also happens to be a mythical being known as the Aegis, so she's a very special blade, which we'll find out about more. So she actually brings us back to life by sharing her life force with us, and now we're going to be attacking Malice, who just... Malice didn't kill us, it was Jin that killed us, but Jin is letting Malice take care of us, so we'll take care of Malice for him. So this is the first time we get introduced to blades. As you can see now in the bottom right, whenever we use arts, it charges up a force little icon there called a special gauge, which I'm using right now. So basically your auto attacks will recharge your arts, and your arts will recharge your specials, and then you want to, basically your specials are where you get all your damage from. So when we cancel the third auto attack, you can see it charges it up about 5/8 of the special gauge. And then the special gauge goes in 3 steps. It goes tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Each one being a little bit stronger than the previous, but taking more time to charge up. So we started off doing a quick tier 1, and we charged up to a tier 3. And then Rex and Pyra, they got a gold affinity link because we were doing really well in battle. And that gold affinity link allows us to charge up to a tier 4 whenever we're at tier 3. And tier 4s do a lot of damage, and they also give you invincibility frames, so they're really useful in the run. So we did those 2 specials, and we're going to finish off Malice right here. He goes down pretty easily. And that's the end of the first chapter of the game. So that's a real quick introduction to combat. I'll go into more of it as we go through more battles. There's also more mechanics that we'll slowly introduce over the next hour or so. So after that battle, we were kind of trapped. There were these Jin and Malice were attacking us, and we had to get out of there, but we were stranded on this ship. And then Gramps, the big Titan guy we were talking to earlier, and we started the game on top of, he came to save the day after getting rejected after Rex told him to not worry. So he came in, shot some fireballs at Malice, and then rescued Rex, and Nia actually abandoned Malice and Jin and joined Rex's group. But when we were running away from the ship on Gramps' back, because he was flying us away, we got hit a few times, and Gramps crash landed on this other Titan that we don't know where we're at. So we're going to go ahead and look for Gramps, who is actually right up here on crash landed in this little area. You can kind of see him right there. So during this cutscene, Gramps is just sitting here, and he dies, and then Rex cries his eyes out, and then all of a sudden there's a giant little baby dragon who's now in Rex's hat on his back, and then that's Gramps. Basically, Gramps apparently has a special ability where he can revert to a baby stage in order to survive, not die when he gets hurt. But now he's going to be stuck like this for about 500 years, so that's a bit unfortunate. So now that we've found Gramps, our next goal is to find Nia and Drummark, since they kind of just saved our lives from Malice and Jin. Kind of want to repay the debt to them, so we're going to go ahead and continue to Gormott. I guess we don't really know it's Gormott yet, but this Titan is called Gormott. It's a giant goat. All the different Titans in this game resemble giant animals. So there's like a goat, there's a turtle, there's a I think there's a manta ray, some other stuff. We'll see them throughout the speed run. There's no major skips in this game, so we still have to go to pretty much every required area for a normal playthrough. So coming up here, we're going to run into Nia, and she's being ambushed by a giant frog called a Brog in this game. So we're going to actually jump into battle and rescue her real quick. So there's 2 strats you can do for this fight. I actually skipped a weapon upgrade we could have gotten earlier called a wing ship. If you grab that, this fight's pretty consistent. If you don't grab it, you can either save or lose 10 seconds, so it's kind of a risk you can go for. I'm opting to not grab the wing ship and go for the faster kill. Hopefully I'll get it. So now it's just Rex and Nia fighting. Rex is an attacker class with Pyra, and Nia is a healer class with Drummark. we're going to be waiting right here for a little bit, and then right about now, he's going to use this ability. Ideally, I would have used my special before there, so I could have run away, but kind of got a little... I waited a little bit too long. So we use a tier 3 right there, and then immediately go into Nia's tier 2 on this break. And then that kills it pretty quickly. So right there you saw a break. Breaks are called a driver combo, or the part of a driver combo. Driver combos are abilities that drivers can use, and they go in order. They go, the first one's called break, the second one's called topple, the third one is launch, and the last one is smash. A break will last for 10 seconds, a topple for 5, a launch for 5, and a smash is instantaneous. And they're actually really beneficial because you can do something called a fusion combo off of them, which will allow you to do massive damage, and we will abuse that a lot throughout the run. But I'll explain that in the next battle we come into. So right there you saw me, I grabbed a little blue orb and opened it, and some little pieces of wood popped out of it, and I grabbed those. Those are called collection spots, and they're useful for a few points on the run. Basically, they're spread out throughout the world, and you can open them up, and they'll give you random items throughout. Each one has a select pool of items it can give you, and a certain random number it can give you as well. Right now, we're looking for puzzle tree wood, because they'll be required to progress the main story in about 40 minutes from now. And we're going to need 10 of them. I don't know how many I grabbed right there, I wasn't paying attention, but we'll be going out of our way to grab a few spots to try and get that done in advance, so we're not falling behind on that. So I believe Nia told us once we found her that we're on Gormott, and we want to go ahead to Torgoth, which is the main village on Gormott. Alright, so here's a second collection spot. This is going to be a puzzle tree wood to get. We got 4 spots, which is the best you can get, and we got 2 more puzzle tree wood. I think I got 3 at the first spot, so now we're at 5, which is actually... No, we've opened 2 spots already. I went right over the first spot, but we've gone 5 in total so far, I believe. So now we're on top of Gormott. So there's actually 2 levels to the Titan. There's an underside of it and an upper side, and we're now on the top. So we actually see how massive this place is. Actually, the game can lag quite a bit in these parts. It's not too big of a issue. You can see here I'm dropping a few frames, just not like dropping frames from recording, but like literally just the game's just the FPS is hurting a little bit. It doesn't do that too often. There's a few parts where it does it, but it's not too impactful to the speed run, and it still looks really freaking good. So here's our 4th spot. Let's see how many we can get. 4 more. Let's see. That's 2. So we're at 7 puzzle tree wood right now, which is actually pretty good. Typically, I aim to have at least 5 of those points, so we're on alright pace for that. So we could head straight to Torgoth right now, but we're gonna do a quick detour to make both make moving around a little bit faster later on, and to get some weapon upgrades since we skipped the first one. So we want to power ourselves up a little bit. So we're gonna head up this tree trunk and go ahead and walk right by this giant level 70 bird. Xenoblade is well known for putting very powerful enemies in wherever it feels like, even if it's the first area you visit, the first main area. So we're right by these Turkins as well, and there's a unique monster right there we're going to go by as well. In this route, we don't fight any unique monsters. In the no DLC route, we'll fight one, because it gives us a quick upgrade. So right there, I got Boreas Gate. It's a skip travel location or a landmark, and that will help us travel there later on, because we're going to head back there in about an hour and 10 minutes. And then we'll jump down right here and open this chest, which will give us a scale chip. So core chips in this game are basically how you power up your weapons. There's 2 different phases to your weapons. There's your blades, which is like Pyra, and you get more blades later on, or Drone Mark, etc. And then they also have core chips. They all start with a default low damage core chip, but you can find or buy core chips from various locations in the game. And that scale chip is actually pretty powerful for this point in the game, so we're going to be using it for the next few fights. It costs us about 30 seconds to grab. There's another core chip called the Amethyst chip, which makes us a lot stronger than this, or actually about 20% more stronger. And it also makes us more evasive, but it isn't necessary, and it takes about 30 extra seconds to grab, so we go for the quicker but riskier route. Luckily, we have it routed well enough that it's not too risky. So now we have one more detour to make before, two more detours to make before heading to Torgoth. First, we're going to climb up to the top of this tree trunk, kind of. Here's our 5th spot. We're at 7. Okay, we're still at 7, so that's still alright for this point. And then we're going to head to this quick cave to find one more last location. It's actually a secret location called Dawnview Grotto. There's a few secret areas in the game. Most of them aren't that secret because you have to go there for story progression. Right there I grabbed a different type of collection called vegetables. We're going to need 12 of those for the speedrun for 2 upgrades we're going to make. So 7 right there. We got 7 right there, which is alright. And then we got 2 more puzzles we would, so we're at 9 now, which is pretty good. We want to make one last detour before continuing on with the story. We're going to head over... I mean, we're still kind of heading over to Torgoth. You can see it on the top left of the screen right now. But we need to make a slight detour to get one more landmark on our way. That we'll be using in about 10 minutes from now. A lot of the speedrun is just trying to optimize the direction we go very slightly and like slight movement optimizations that we can. There isn't any fancy movement tricks that we can do. We just run in a straight line, which I'll try to do as hard as I can, but it can be difficult on this game. So right here we're grabbing one last landmark called Latium Island, and we'll be using that pretty shortly. And now we can continue on with the story. So we're heading on to Torgoth, trying to figure out what's going on, and because we're kind of just like kind of lost. Apparently Nia knows quite a bit about this area, about this Titan, but we still aren't sure what's going on. We want to go back to Argentum, but we're kind of like fugitives now since we attacked the guys who employed us. So once we get right here, something's going to change in the world. The Cloud Sea, so you see all the clouds around us, it's called the Cloud Sea. It's actually like an ocean that the Titans float on. It actually has different tide levels. So we were in low tide before when we were in the lower area, but now it's high tide. So if we went back to the area we started out in Gormont, we wouldn't be able to go there. It'd be flooded, which is an interesting mechanic that the actual whole world can change based on certain mechanics. So we get to Torgoth, and we see a wanted poster, and there's a picture of Rex, Pyra, I think there's a picture of Pyra, probably a picture of Gramps, no, there's no picture of Gramps, and there's a picture of Cat. The cat's supposed to be Nia, but Nia doesn't like that so much. So now we're going to do a menu to get prepared for the upcoming battles. We're going to switch off some arts real quick on Nia and Rex. We're going to get a skill on Rex for agility and a skill on Nia for extra ether damage and healing. Nia's going to get her 2 accessories, the second fluffy hat and an auto balancer we got from DLC. And she's going to get a cream orange Paratha. Rex gets a love source, which we get from DLC. And then back to Narsapara jellies. The love source will raise Pyra's trust by 3,000 points, which is really significant, and it increases her attack power by about 10%. Because she gains 2 trust ranks. So right there's 1 trust rank and then 2. So she goes from 90% base damage to 100% base damage. The auto balancer we put on Nia, basically that will prevent physical attacks from getting deflected if an enemy blocks. You'll still get blocked and do half damage, which is kind of one of the mechanics in this game for tanks, is you can block hits. And whenever an attack gets blocked, it does half damage, and it's impossible for it to do a critical hit. And Nia's break art is physical, so we want it to be not getting blocked, because it's pretty important. So now we're being ambushed by some 3 soldiers who see Pyra, the Aegis, and they're like, okay, we want this. We heard she's like a fugitive and want to take her down. So we're going to try and take these guys out pretty quickly. So going back to the breaks, you can see one right there. They'll be pretty critical in the next fight coming up. So basically, you can see right now on the screen right there, it said burnout at the bottom and Seam on the left side for Nia. Basically, when you do blade specials, you do something called a blade combo. And then you have 8 different elements, fire, water, earth, lightning, ice, wind, and light and dark. And each of those elements can lead into different blade combos. So, and then the blade combos go in 3 stages. They start with a tier 1, a tier 2, and a tier 3. And you have to do select routes throughout the blade combo. So like one blade combo is Steam Explosion, which goes a fire tier 1, a water tier 2, and a fire tier 3. Which we're going to use right here on Brigid. Brigid right here is another blade that is attacking us to try and help out the soldiers that we beat up already. So right now we're going to finish off Padrig for a second time. You can see right now I have a heat combo going on Brigid. And then if Nia can get a break right now, hopefully. Any day, Nia. Okay, she got a break right now. So we're going to use Steam Bomb and then Steam Explosion on the same break. And this is going to cause us to do pretty much half of Bridget's HP bar right now. This is called a fusion combo. So whenever you do a blade combo and a driver combo at the same time, it starts the fusion combo. And more importantly, the fusion combos where you have a driver combo and then you inflict a blade combo on top of it, that's what's really important, because every blade combo you inflict on top of a driver combo will increase your damage, increase all damage for the duration of that driver combo by 25 to 75% per blade combo. So right there we did a Steam Bomb into a Steam Explosion. The Steam Bomb added 25% damage, and then the, no, 50%, no, 25%, and then the Steam Explosion added another 50%, so we did an extra 1.75 times more damage for doing that versus what we'd have done already, which is already a lot of damage. So as you can tell, that will be really critical for throughout the speedrun for doing as much damage as possible and optimizing these fights as much as we can. Alright, so now after that battle, Nia got caught in an ether net. It's a good pun. Ether. And it was a net made of ether to trap ether energy. Yeah, okay. And she got kidnapped from us. And then they're about to capture Rex and Pyra too until a Nopon called Tora saved the day. So now that we're free but Nia's trapped, kind of owe our lives to Nia, so we're going to try and figure out what's happening. This little Gormati boy right here, he told us that Nia's going to be he heard about some crazy executions that's going to happen from some Tornan trader who happens to be Nia. So we're going to look for a few more clues to find out where this is going to take place at. First of all, Tora and Gramps here. So Tora's a Nopon that saved us. And they're looking at this little scene that's happening, and some Gormati guy tried to engage it with a blade that failed, but now we're going to engage with a blade. So not all blades are like Pyra, not all of them just are sitting there waiting for you to grab the sword. Most blades start in a core crystal. And a core crystal is a little object, and you can try and resonate with it. And if you have enough potential, if the driver who tries to resonate has enough potential, they will activate the core crystal and it will transform into a blade like Pyra. So right there we used a common core crystal and got a common blade. It was a wind element with knuckle claw weapons. You actually always get a wind knuckles blade from that core crystal. It's just part of the story. Now after that we're gonna keep looking for Nia. So we found out about a battleship from this Nopon, and now we need one more source before we're ready to go find her. First we're gonna go shopping real quick. We gave some cream orange parathas to Nia earlier on, and she happens to really like those, so we're gonna buy some more. These will actually last for the remainder of the run, which is pretty useful. So pouch items, another mechanic of them I haven't gone into is every driver and blade they have a favorite type of pouch item. So like Rex likes, I don't know what Rex likes, but they have two favorite categories and then two favorite items that they like. A favorite category I believe will increase the effects of that pouch item by 20%. And a favorite item will increase the effects of it by 50%. And Nia loves cream orange parathas specifically, and they recharge your arts like we went over earlier. Even though they're not desserts, they're staple food items, but they still recharge your arts. Since she loves them, that makes it go from 0.3 per second to 0.45 per second, which is pretty good. So we're going to go with those for her for the speedrun. And we'll actually be using Nia for most of the speedrun as well once we get her back. So now that we find out where Nia's at, she's going to be held on the Ardanian ship in the port, and apparently she's going to get executed. But before we go chase her down, Tora told us that he can help us because he's building an artificial robot blade since he can't resonate with blades. And he wants us to go find some parts. He needs 2 more parts in order to finish off his blade. And apparently Casa here can tell us where they're at. So apparently Casa can sell us one of the parts. We need 3 of them. Or we can go salvaging for them. But the last part we just can't find until Kedwin right here tells us that he actually happens to have the last part we need. But before he'll give it over to us, he needs us to go kill a Crabble for him that's kind of disrupting his research. So this is where Latium Isle comes in. We're going to head back over there. Okay, that's where the Crabble's at. That's why we grabbed this landmark earlier. And we're going to kill this Crabble real quick. We're actually gonna, we have an option to either as a salvage or buy the biome connectors we need. We're gonna buy them since this is DLC and we have loads of cash, so why not? But we do have to kill this crab one. There's no workaround for this, unfortunately. This crab actually goes down pretty easily, even though we're solo. We're gonna take him down pretty easily. You can see his HP bar is draining pretty fast. So we're gonna use 2 auto attack cancel into sword bash and the same into the long smash here, and this will take out most of his HP. And we'll just do a quick tier 1 to finish him off. So as I was mentioning earlier, you can cancel auto attacks and as a stage 1, stage 2, or stage 3. Stage 1 will recharge about 3/8 of your special meter. Second auto attack will recharge half, and third will recharge about 5/8. If you don't cancel at all, you'll only recharge about 1/4 of your special gauge, so it's really important to be canceling your arts. Not only do you recharge your special gauge faster, but you also do more damage from the arts when you cancel, 10, 20, or 30% corresponding to the stage you cancel at. So right there, we turned in that quest to him and got the part we needed. And then we're going to go ahead and buy the 3 parts we need from this guy, the 3 biome connectors. And now we're ready to go make Tor's artificial blade. So we're going to skip travel back to there and play a fun minigame that everyone loves, and we were so good at it in the speedrun. So this is right up coming up. We're going to make the blade called Poppy, and then we're going to play Tagger Tagger, which is a pretty cool minigame in the game you can do. Basically, you do the little arcade game, and then by completing the game, you can get parts that will actually power up Poppy, which is pretty neat. Poppy can actually be pretty powerful if you upgrade her enough. We're going to purposely just die right away since we don't really have a use for Poppy in the speedrun, and it's really slow to finish that game. And the DLC gives us a bunch of free parts to upgrade Poppy if we wanted to, even though we don't even do that in the first place. So now that we have Poppy, we're going to make one last detour for the next probably 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours, about 2 hours. We're going to head over back to our Argentum where we started out using skip travel. And we're going to get a core chip and 2 blades. Because we're using DLC, we're going to go ahead and get more expansion pass items real quick. And we're going over to Tora and feed him a love source as well, because that increases his trust. We don't do this to make him stronger, we make it to unlock his skill nodes. So you can see on the right side there's these green nodes. Every blade has 3 different field skills it can do, which help you out in the field with various tasks. Poppy Alpha, which is the blade we just got for Tora, has No Pawn Wisdom, Super Strengths, and Leaping. And we'll actually be using all 3 of those skills, and we'll need to upgrade all 3 of them to level 2. So now that right there we talked to a No Pawn who spawns in when you have the DLC. And she gives you a core crystal for a cross set, which actually saves about 20 to 25 minutes, and actually about 20 minutes in the speedrun. So she's the main reason DLC is so much faster than no DLC. Right here we're opening a chest to get a coil chip, which is actually a chip from chapter 4 in the game. We're currently in chapter 2, so it's very powerful, but it's not the most powerful thing we're going to be getting right now. So right there we bought 2 roly-poly maracas and 1 whisper quarter. The roly-poly maracas will upgrade Poppy Alpha's leaping skill to level 2, and then the whisper quarter will be used to recharge. It's actually another category of pouch item called instrument, and what they do is they'll passively recharge your special gauge at a rate much slower than your arts, but still pretty significant, so it's useful to have them at certain points. Now we're going to talk to these 20 Nopon repeatedly over and over again until we talk to them 20 times. You can't talk to the same one over and over, but you can alternate and it works just fine. And this will upgrade Poppy Alpha's No Pawn Wisdom skill to level 2, which is really important for in the next 5 minutes. Because this will give us an even more powerful chip than the coil chip we just got. Because in order to open the chest which has the wood chip, we need No Pawn Wisdom level 2 and Super Strength level 2. I actually stopped talking there at 19 No Pawn because we're talking to one more over here, so just a quick optimization to speed that up a little bit. So this is one last No Pawn from DLC. He gives us one more core crystal for the blade called Corvin, who, while really powerful, isn't quite as useful as Crossset for the speedrun, but still has his uses. So you can see there we got No Pawn Wisdom too. So now coming up here, this is the major RNG part of the run. It can kill good runs. You should always be able to finish a run in DLC, regardless of how poorly these goes. But Ideally you want to go faster because you can save minutes by having good blade pulls. So we're pulling these legendary core crystals we got from the DLC, and our goal is to get 3 earth element blades, 2 fire element blades, a wind element, and Boreas, which is a rare blade who you can occasionally get. We already got Adenine, who is another rare blade, and there's a zombie. Adenine is important because she gives us Keen Eye, which is helpful. There's our first earth blade. So Keen Eye is useful, but it's not necessary. We have 1 wind and 1 earth. We need 2 more earths and 2 more fires and Boreas to finish our run. Percival gives us leaping, which is also beneficial if we get Perun. There's a lot to macromanage in this point, but I'll try and explain everything that you need. So there's an electric blade. If we get 3 of those, we can skip a really nasty clip later on. It's unlikely you'll be able to skip it, and it costs about a minute to skip it. When if you don't skip it, you could actually either do it instantly or just about... You could lose up to like 3 to 4 minutes if you get bad luck or whatever on it. But that's much later on. So we're still looking for earth blades and fire blades and Boreas. Earth blades are pretty crucial, but there's Zenobia. She's useful. She's actually pretty powerful mid game, but she's not really powerful in the speed run. But she has some useful field skills we can take advantage of as well. That would be a second earth blade, so we need 1 more of those in Boreas. There's a 3rd earth blade, so just Boreas now, so hopefully we get him soon. Wind blade, that's pretty useful. Useless, I mean, we already have a couple wind blades, we only need 1. Ursula's completely useless. Alright, come on. Dagas, he could be so useful, but he's locked behind a quest to get his good stuff. It was really unfortunate. Okay, there's Perun. So Perun takes us about a minute if we get Boreas, but hopefully we get Boreas. Come on. Electra, that second electric blade. If we get 1 more of those, we can skip to our clip. Come on, Boreas. We need you. Boreas, please. This is a really frustrating part of DLC runs, is you kind of just... You can lose a lot of time in this early part. There's our first fire blade. We're not too concerned about fire blades at this point. There's a better opportunity to get them later on. Alright, come on. We're starting to lose time here, Boreas. Any day you want to show up. Yay, we got him. Sweet. Alright, so Boreas, he saves about 2 minutes, but it's pretty hard to know when you're going to get him, so it's kind of just keep pulling till you get him. There's Corvin. He's, we're going to use him on Rex. We'll save Crosset for a little bit later on. Crosset is better on Nia, but Rex can play around as Corvin for a little while. So now that we have all of that out of the way, we're going to go ahead and almost proceed with 1 more detour to make. A lot of Chapter 2 is just preparing for the next hour or 2 of the speedrun, but it makes it go a lot faster. So now we're going to go over here, and we're going to open a... First we need a menu real quick. So we're going to go ahead and menu and check some field skills. We'll check some affinity charts to open up some field skills. So we don't need to feed Poppy Roly Poly Maracas since Zenobia has super strength, so that saves us a little bit of time. So we're going to use that. We got level 2 Nopon Wisdom, and between Zenobia and Poppy we have level 2 super strength, which lets us open up this barrel right here, and this barrel contains a wood chip. Wood chip is like Chapter 5 material, so it's pretty powerful. We're going to be using it until Chapter 6. Not quite yet. We're going to be saving it for Crosset, but we'll be using it for quite a bit. We're going to do a quick menu right here, so we want to switch back over to Corvin, since we're going to be using him for the next fight. And... what am I doing? Okay. Yeah, so just Corvin, we're going to feed him some love sources. This is once again for increasing his damage. This time we'll give him 2, we're going to give him 2, let's see, Corvin gets 2 love sources, so he can get all the way to max trust level that you can get in a speedrun. And this will make him do actually roughly 20% more damage. He goes from a 90% multiplier to a 110% multiplier on his weapons. And we'll also give him a Quilla chip right there, which is pretty good. I mean, we're saving the wood chip across that, but between the Quilla chip and these trust levels we're getting right here, it makes him pretty powerful. I'm not done polishing. So now we should be good to go for a good while. We're going to go ahead and continue on. and right here we're going to see the battleship that Nia is being held on. Real quick, I want to jump down here. There's one last puzzle tree spot I can check, which can hopefully finish us off at 10. Okay, we're going to need to check some more later, so we're not quite done with that, but we're close. We only need one more, which isn't too bad. We're actually going to do a quick little parkour jump right here to get down to the entrance to the battleship a little bit quicker. You could run along that tree stump, but this is a little bit faster to jump down. We need to wait a second there just so we don't die from too much fall damage, but it saves us about 20 seconds scan down here quite a bit faster and saves some time later on as well from that landmark we just got. So now we're at this. Now we're onto the battleship with the help of Poppy and some tactless comments from Rex about Pyra being heavy. We're now on the battleship through the little depot that they have there for loading goods, but we decided to load ourselves into it. And now we're going to try and find out where Nia and Drillmark are at, because we're pretty sure they're being trapped here. We're held captive here and going to be executed for some reason. So thanks to having enemy aggression disabled, we can run right by this guy. If we didn't have enemy aggression disabled, we lose a few seconds there, but that's not too bad. So right here, we're gonna I think Poppy or Gramps or someone sent us some ether behind that jail cell. So we busted it open and we find Drillmark, but no Nia to be found. So we're gonna keep on going on our way. So real quick, we're gonna open up this door and turn off this valve, which disables some steam vents, so we can proceed. You can run straight by them and like do game plus if you have higher run speed, but unfortunately we don't have enough run speed to get by them in new game, so we have to disable that and spend time doing that. It's not too bad though. So now we're searching for Nia. We know she's here somewhere, so we're gonna keep looking around. We actually know exactly where she's at though, because we've played this before. So right here we're gonna run into two more Danian guards. They're gonna be guarding Nia. We're pretty sure Nia's behind the cells they're guarding, so we're gonna take him out so we can rescue her. This fight's pretty easy as Corvin. All you're gonna do is you're gonna do one art, and then you do 2 arts. You use a tier 1. Corvin's tier 1 does AoE damage, just gonna hit both of them. You see it about half their HP. And now we'll do one more art and do another tier 1. So right there you can see the link between Rex and Corvin as gold. I went over this briefly earlier, but basically the longer you're in combat and you're doing good without like getting hit a lot, the more you hit and the more like good stuff you do in battle, the better your affinity link does. And it caps out at gold. At gold you do more damage, your arts recharge faster, you do more critical hits, it's really good. So now we rescue Nia, so we're gonna finally break out the big guns and Crossette. So here's Crossette, she's pretty cool. We're gonna instantly put on Nia, because Nia is really good with her weapon class of Bitball. And we're also gonna give her some upgrades real quick as well, pretty soon. First we're going to grab this key right now because we're going to need it. If you don't grab it, then you can get kind of confused. Alright, so now to upgrade Crossette. Whenever I feel like it. There's a little bit of time before we need to upgrade before the next fight, so I can just do whatever I want. I'm going to do it right here. So first we're going to change her arts around. We're going to give her a break art because she doesn't start with it by default. We're going to switch in an evasion art for Corvin, which will be useful in about chapter 6. So down the road, but just getting prepared early. And we're also going to give Crossette a wood chip, which is pretty good. Like I said, it's at the chapter 5 power chip, so it's in chapter 2 it does quite a bit of damage. So the reason Crossette is so good, she was added about, I think it was like August or so, and she has a special skill on her affinity chart, which basically every HP potion you grab, she's going to do 60% more damage, and this caps at plus 500% damage, which is 6 times damage. And considering Karsa can spawn HP potions at will between her art Dolphin Spin and her tier 1 special, this adds up really fast. And 6 times damage, I mean, Corvin's like twice as Karsa's damage by default, but Karsa gets a 6 times multiplier. She's just super powerful, so that's the reason we use her. Start this battle off, we're gonna real quickly spawn an HP potion, and then use our break card, acrobatic bomber, and this should end the first phase of this fight. This is an HP potion, we're gonna go grab it, and then use acrobatic bomber, and this should end the phase. And there you go. So I did quite a bit of damage. This is a 2-phase fight though, so we're gonna get interrupted and have to get. This actually resets our HP potion stacks, unfortunately, but oh well. We'll get them back pretty quickly. One annoying bit balls with Nia is the range on her arts is inconsistent. So Dolphin Spin has a really low range compared to her auto attacks and her healing and her break art, which can kind of get annoying. But so if you see me just sitting there not using her art, it's because I'm trying to use my HP potion art and I can't. So right there we just spawned 4 HP potions. So let's go ahead and pick those up real quick. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like 3 times damage right there. No big deal. And just watch his HP bar melt. Like a quarter of his HP right there. And we'll just finish him off. There we go. So that was pretty easy. So now we're almost out of the Ardean battleship. We're going to actually skip travel outside of it and run back in just because we have to progress the story. Okay, so following that fight, we got an item called a pouch expansion, which lets us equip 2 pouch items instead. So we're going to equip that Whisper Quarter we got earlier, and then Cream Orange Paratha. So this is going to give her both Arts Recharge and Special Recharge, which is pretty helpful. And we also gave her 2 love sources right there to give her the same benefit we gave Corvin earlier. So this increases her damage by about 20% as well. So one thing to note is I put the Whisper Core in slot 1 and the Cream Orange in slot 2. This is for a specific reason. Basically how the mechanic works is the game will calculate the first pouch item and calculate any favorite items on that. Then it adds the effects of the second slot to it, and then multiplies that entire effect by the modifiers on slot 2. So if you have a favorite item in slot 2, it also increases the effect of slot 1. So we actually have a plan for which item we equip in which slot. So here's Morag and Bridge, who we fought earlier. Bridge is now with her actual driver Morag, which makes her quite a bit more formidable. But we now have Tora, a tank, and some really good blade upgrades, so we're not too bad off. So we're just going to beat up Morag, farm some HP potions, and then finish her off. Hopefully get a break right now so we can do some more damage. And there we go. So that wasn't too bad. This should pretty not quite enough, but oh yeah, that was enough. So right there, Tora toppled off the break, and that increased the damage even more. And we got a topple burnout fusion combo, which was pretty good damage. So that's the end of chapter 2. Following that fight, we tried to run away from them, and then we were kind of trying to like play a trickery game with them, and we pulled the water tower for the entire village down on top of their head, since Bridget is a fire blade and is weak to water, so we just kind of bamboozled them into getting drenched, which made it helped us win that fight. So now that we've finished that chapter and we rescued Nia, our next goal is to head to the World Tree, and through the World Tree we want to get to Elysium. Basically, when we started the game off and we saw Pyra on that hilltop, that was in Elysium, in Pyra's dream. That's basically where Pyra was born, and she wants to go back there. So she asked Rex to, in exchange for saving his life, she asked him to take her to Elysium. So right there we finally got our last puzzle tree wood, so we're good on that now, thankfully. There's a few more spots we could have grabbed, but we're just gonna skip them now that we're all done with that. So we want to head to the World Tree, but in order to get there, we need to sail across a cloud sea. And to sail on the cloud sea, we're gonna need a ship or a Titan to ride on. We would use Gramps, but unfortunately he's a little bit too small to carry us now, so we're gonna look from some other sources for that. Luckily, Toro informed us that his, I believe it's his Uncle Pawn, Uncle Pawn, lives on the behind of the Gormott Titan, which is a goat, so we're gonna head over there now. And his Uncle Pawn actually owns a shipyard where he can build ships for us to sail on. And we're gonna use that to sail to the World Tree to go ahead to the end of the game and complete our mission, ideally. So if I didn't have enough puzzle tree wood, there's one spot where I could grab it right here. That's an easy backup, but luckily we don't need that in this run. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. It just depends how the RNG goes. The puzzle tree with RNG isn't that bad. The worst case is like a 20-second swing either way, so it's not that big of a deal in a 4-hour run. The blade pulls we did last chapter, those can swing you by like up to 3 minutes or worse if you get really bad RNG. But I'm putting, for marathons, I have a pretty conservative estimate of 4 hours and 30 minutes to play with for that. As you can see, my PB is 4 hours and 13 minutes, which is actually the world record right now, so that is, there's plenty of leeway and should be able to reasonably finish around 4.5 hours, even with bad RNG. So here we're at Umon's shipyard. Umon is Tora's Uncle Pawn, and we're going to ask him to build us a ship for us. And Umon tells us that we need to give him some supplies to build a ship, which includes 10 puzzle tree wood and 6 diamond bark. Luckily, we already have the puzzle tree wood, thanks to some pre-planning, and the diamond bark actually is up here on Dawnview Grotto, which we visited earlier on. So we just need to skip over here and pick them up. Oh, it's diamond oak. We just need to pick those up real quick and be on our way. And we're going to go ahead and grab the rest of the vegetables we need. I said we needed 12, and we got 7 already. Of course, that's going to proc her field skill and give us double the amount, which makes it so we're going to get plenty of vegetables to do what we need to do later on. So now we'll head back to Umon and turn in these parts so he can make the ship for us.
Okay, let's make a start.
So Umon tells us he can make us our ship now, but unfortunately the Titan that was going to drive the ship, because basically the ships are built on the backs of Titans, and the ships hold the drivers and the Titans move the ship around. And unfortunately his Titan has gone missing, so he gave us some tasty Titan snacks called green pollen orbs. Fans of Xenoblade Chronicles 1 may recognize pollen orbs. There is a bit of a drug cartel in Xenoblade Chronicles 1 involving pollen orbs. But in this case, they're just tasty treats for the Titans, so we're going to use those to go find the Titan and bring it back to Umon so he can finish the ship. Unfortunately, the Titan only comes out when it's high tide, so as we explained earlier, there's tides in the game with the Cloud Sea. And between Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, the tide level went down to low tide, and we need high tide, so we're going to... Basically, the way you change the tides in the game is you rest at an inn. And in Titans that have different tides, you can use a long rest option, which makes you basically cost twice as much, and that'll change the tides for you. So we'll also use that opportunity to use our bonus XP to get a few levels out of it, which is really convenient. So we're going to go back here. We went through here earlier, and we're going to jump down into the Cloud Sea since it's basically water and we can swim in it. And then we're going to swim over to the Titan you can see over here and lure it back to Umon with the tasty snacks called green pollen orbs. The Titan just kind of sits there and has like yummy snacks, eats them up, and then goes back to Umon for us really conveniently. No hassle at all. So we're going to go ahead and go back to Uman and be on our merry way to the world tree.
We're here. Okay, let's make a start.
So if only we actually went to the world tree right now, because if we went to the world tree right now, we would skip about 2 hours of gameplay, or 2.5 hours of gameplay. But unfortunately, things don't always go the way that you plan them to, so we're going to get on this ship, and we're going to be ambushed. So first, a giant snake monster called Ophion is going to laser us and basically destroy our ship. And then a giant whale titan is going to swallow us alive. And now we're in Uriah. No ship, and we don't know where we're at. We know we're inside of a titan, so we're going to try and surely giant titans like this have people living on them, so we're going to go ahead and find where those people are at. So this is like I said, it's a giant whale titan we're inside of now, and like a whale, it has parts you'd expect from a kind of cliche protagonist gets swallowed by a whale. So right now I believe we're in the windpipe, so like we just got swallowed by it. If you look down right here, you can see some stomach acid and some stuff. And then coming up here, there's an open way into a larger area. I think it's, I'm not sure what the area is called. It's a lot of the locations are named after interior parts of the whale. I guess this is the gullet. So we get here, and then we're going to get ambushed yet again. This time by 3 drivers, Vandam, Yu, and Zuo. And Yu and Zuo, they just have ordinary common blades, like our wind knuckles. But Vandam has a special blade called Rock. Zuo's blade is a great axe blade, and Yu's is a mega lance. So for this fight, we're going to target Zuo to start with, because he's actually classified as a tank, even though great axes are an attack class. And he's going to taunt us partway through the battle, so we're going to try and take him out before he can do that. And then build up our HP potions as well, so we can start doing damage. So we're just going to keep spamming. There's a taunt right there, so we're going to just try and take him out. We have to take him out before we can continue. And he died. We're pretty strong. So now we just need to take down Vandam and Yu, and we'll be all done with this. And we're doing so much damage, it's not that big of a deal. Something you notice on Vandam right now is he's taking a 1,000 damage from an orange hit splat right now every second, or every second and a half. That's called damage over time. The way damage over time works in this game is certain blade combos can inflict the damage over time for the duration of them. Blade combos all last by 30 seconds by default, so over 30 seconds you get about 20 ticks of that. So that 20 ticks of 1,100 damage would do about 22,000 damage, which is not too shabby at all. The amount of damage the damage over time does is scaled to how much damage the special did that inflicted the blade combo. That's also how the main hit from the blade combo is calculated, is just a function of however much damage the special did leading into it. So after we finish that battle, then turns out they were just trying to play with us and see how good we are. Because they know Power's at Aegis. They acted like they wanted to kidnap her, but they just wanted to be friends with us, and they wanted to see how strong we really were before they joined us. We're going to grab a quick item from the shop right here. This is called the Colorful Feather, and it's actually purely for safety for 2 points in the game later on, which we'll get into later on. Even though this is DLC and we disable enemy aggression, unique monsters will still aggro no matter what. You can't stop that. So by having the Colorful Feather, we can ensure that the unique monsters will aggro onto someone else in the party rather than our main driver. So if someone else dies, then we can keep running through the overworld, but if the main driver dies while just traveling, you'll respawn at the last landmark you visited. And there's 2 unique monsters we can't really run past all the time, so we'll be using it for those. So now Vandam's tasked us with a mission to help him out with. So this Titan Uriah, it's a whale, so it has a blowhole, and apparently the blowhole has been blocked by some ether disturbance. So we're going to go check that out and see what's up with this Titan, see if we can fix the problem. mean, the Titan's nice enough to offer a home to Vandom and all these people here, so might as well try to help it out a little bit, right?
And arrived. It's an adventurous life for me.
So right now we're just there's a few walking parts where you have to walk a few minutes to get to from point A to point B, but they're not too bad and they're pretty spread out. So like this would be a good time for donations and charity marathons. So they have those points, and there's a good variety of a mix between small downtime and lots of action. And you can skip every cutscene, which is really nice for the speedrun. It keeps the pace going and is just nice to have. So here's another battle. Venom's actually going to insert himself into our party, which we won't argue with. He's pretty good. So in this battle, you actually learn about, this is where the game teaches you about driver combos, and it unlocks Rex's ability to topple with Pyra. So Anchor Shot, Rex's first art he unlocked, which gives you HP potions. It can now also inflict topple on breaks. So right now Rex is going to switch to Pyra and topple this guy for us. Venom can actually launch from here, from topple, but he's kind of slow with it, so we don't always see that. This fight's pretty straightforward though, so we're going to just do a few more arts and then just finish him off. And then we'll break him and do the tier 2 and he'll die. And give me this HP potion. Topple 2, so... Oh, here comes the launch. Sweet, you guys can see that. Maybe a smash 2? Aw, just missed smash. Rex was on the Corvin right there, and he can smash with Corvin, so we almost saw it, but not quite. It's not that big of a deal, though. You typically don't really see many smashes or launches in the speedrun, because the blades you normally are going to be running for most of the speedrun aren't ideal for setting those up. And all we really want is breaks since they last the longest, and we want to be doing fusion combos on the same stage of driver combo. So we want to use the one that's going to last the longest so we get the most damage out of it. So we're going to leave Venom in our party for a little bit because he can launch and he's a little bit stronger than Tora, since we're actually not going to upgrade Tora one time in this entire speedrun. But, so we'll just let Venom hang around for a little bit. Tora will be back in a little bit since he can tank and hold aggro a little bit better. And we're not completely invincible, so we're going to be wanting to have that. So now here is a giant spider, the Loda Arachno, and it actually has a blade behind it called Wolfrig. So this is just showing us that like not only humans can resonate with blades, but so can anything that happens to come across the coral crystal. So this spider is just being powered up by this blade, which makes him quite powerful. So we're going to go into this will be our second full blade combo coming up right now. So we used Cross Hit tier 1 for heat, and then Pyra tier 2 for burnout. And now we're going to aim for a mega explosion with Cross Hit. Right there, the spider knocked us down, so that's kind of annoying. Hopefully, don't die. Okay, we're good. And hopefully, too bad we didn't get a break there. We could have finished it. We're just going to tier 4 this and finish it off, though. So you can see Cross Hit does ridiculous amounts of damage, even when the enemies start gaining more HP, like the Arachno. We're just melting him, and he's dead. And that was without a break too. If we had a break, we would have done so much more damage. So we finished that off pretty easily. Now we're going to be introduced to actually another combat mechanic, as if the game hasn't given us enough already. We're going to learn about chain attacks now. So if you've noticed in the top left of the screen during combat, there's this little 3-stage bar. It fills up blue as we fight. That's called the party gauge. It has 2 uses. If someone dies in battle, you can use one segment of it to revive that party member. Or if it's completely full, you can hit the start button and start a chain attack. So real quick here, we're going to try and set up a fusion combo real quick before we start the chain attack. So we're going to go for a break here. Hopefully we get it. Sweet. And we're gonna use a tier 1, grab our HP potions, and chain. So now we're gonna freeze time kind of right here, and we can use, every blade can go through and use a special from each driver. So we use a tier 1 from Crosset, a tier 1 from Corvin. We're gonna use a tier 1 from Rock. And then because we broke an orb, which I'll explain in a minute, we actually get a second round to this where we can now use tier 2s, which do even more damage. So as you can see, we're literally just demolishing Akos. So right there you can see it says 310% bonus. Basically, whenever you kill an enemy in a chain attack, any extra damage you do during the chain attack will actually accumulate bonus for your, basically a bonus percentage. And that bonus percentage will multiply the experience you gain from battle, which is actually very useful because that is a key mechanic we're going to be using to avoid any sorts of grinding in the speedrun. Because right there we got 310% overkill, which means we got triple XP from that fight, which is pretty good, let's be honest. Anytime you get triple the XP you get from a boss battle, that's pretty significant. So the orbs and chain attacks, basically, and so back in the Wolfric battle with the Spider and Wolfric, the blade was called Wolfric, we did a tier 1 and a tier 2 and a tier 3 mega explosion. And whenever you do a tier 3 blade combo, that inflicts an orb of the element of the tier 3. So we did a tier 3 mega explosion. Mega explosion is fire, so we put a fire orb on this, on the enemy. And what that fire orb means is, while that fire orb exists on the enemy, any fire attacks will do 20% less damage, which is, I mean, you do a lot of damage and then you do less damage after that, so it's kind of a trade-off. But then when you chain attack, if you can destroy an orb in a chain attack, you actually get round extensions to your chain attack, and you can do more specials and do even more damage, since in chain attacks you start off doing a base of triple damage of what you normally do. So the way you destroy orbs is you're going to want to, so let's say we put a fire orb on the enemy, or no, okay, so for Akos, it gave us a water orb for free just for tutorial purposes. And then the opposite of water is fire, so water and fire are opposite elements. So whenever you use a special inside of a chain attack, it will target a random orb that the enemy has. If that enemy only has one orb, it will only target that orb, and each orb has 3 life points to it. But if you use the opposite element of the orb, it will be guaranteed to target that element orb of its opposite, and it will actually do 2 units of damage, so then you need 2 rounds to kill it, which is actually pretty nice. Especially when you have more than one orb and you only have 3 you only have 3 chances to break it. So that's kind of how chain attacks work, and they're used when they're needed in the speedrun. We try to skip them as much as possible since they're kind of slow. Usually only use them when they need them to kill someone faster or get more XP. So here's Zeke. He's another driver. He has an electric blade named Pandoria, and we're going to take him out real quick. So we'll use another mega explosion here. This will finish him off since he's top pulled. So he's pretty much dead. See, 20 something damage there, and then 120 something damage from the blade combo. So he got wrecked. So like in that battle we did 140k damage right there. Zeke only has 109,000 damage, so you can see how powerful cross-set and Nia are. You wouldn't be doing this if it was without cross-set. You would be doing like maybe a quarter of the damage. So it is really significant. In this chapter alone you save about 10 minutes from having cross-set over not having her. So now that we're finished with all that, we're going to continue on to the capital of Uriah called Fonzamaima. Van Damme told us that he has a friend there that can point us in the direction we need to go to get to the World Tree. Back when we were trying to get to the World Tree from Gormott, we got ambushed by a giant snake monster. And apparently Indul, basically the church of this game, and another titan, holds the power to stop this giant snake monster, Ophion, that ambushed us. So we want to go to Indul in order to figure out how to get to the World Tree. So coming up here is going to be the first clip of the game. There's about 4 different clips clips or skips that we use throughout the speedrun that they save a varying amounts of times. This one saves 40 seconds. One of them saves 4 minutes. One of them saves about a minute, and then the last one just saves RNG or loses time on RNG, but we'll get to that later on. So what the game wants you to do right now is travel around to the other side of this little pond right here. On the left side of it, you can blow up that dam, which will drain this water from this pond, and we can just walk to the gateway. By using Mia's ability to run on top of Darmark, we can actually clip through this gate right here without having to open it up, and we can just swim right through it. So we're just going to swim into the corner, and then we're going to pause. Once we get into the right position, we're going to switch our party, so we're just going to switch drivers and switch back, which will reset our position, and we just clip right on through. So because Nia rides on top of Dormark, it raises her position just a little bit, and then when we change our party members, it will take her off of Dormark. So she's going to be off of Dormark, and it's going to put her in midair while in the water, so she'll be in midair, and because Dormark was so high up out of the water, we're actually going to be inside of the target gate right there, and we're going to just be able to clip right through it, which is really useful. That skip is kind of challenging to pull off. It's really finicky on your aim, on like what direction you're swimming into the corner before you pause. So you can fail it a few times, but you're usually going to save time from it overall. Okay, so here's another one of those walking sections that we do. It's a good part to take a little break and just relax from all the drama happening in the game, like all the fights and stuff that you're going through. Because this speedrun's, it's got a lot of fights in it, and the fights pretty much make up the whole speedrun. So it's a pretty interesting speedrun. So we're almost there now. Uri is actually pretty wide, and it's also a pretty vertical area, so there's quite a bit of area to traverse, but we're almost there now. We're starting to enter the outskirts of the Fonzamaima, so we're going to see some farmlands right here, and then we'll actually see the entire city coming up ahead of us. So the gimmick in Uriah, like the lore behind it, is there are a bunch of mercenaries live here, and they're kind of got that mercenary vibe going on. Like the city has a bunch of food rations and stuff, so kind of live in that lifestyle. And once we enter the village, we're going to see actually a line of people lining up to get their rations. And there's going to be this little girl who we won't see, but there's going to be a little girl online who's going to get shoved out of the way by a driver. And we don't like that. That doesn't fly with us. We're all about nice people, so we're going to take care of this guy for her. So we're just going to start a battle right in the middle of the city square. No big deal. This guy's pretty weak though. He goes down really fast. I mean, you can see right now, if you look on his HP bar, to the right of his name is a little fire symbol there. That means he has a fire weakness, which means fire attacks do 20% more damage. So we're doing 25% more damage, and we already do a lot of damage, so that's pretty cool. I think I misspoke earlier. I said that orbs make you do 20% less damage, but it's actually 25% less damage, so just to clear that up real quick. So we're going to do the same thing we have been doing, just brick him twice, do a burnout with cross set, and he's pretty much dead. Not quite, but he's going to die pretty quickly now, just as an R2. Or a special. Oh well, he's dead. That wasn't too bad. I can go faster, but we had some pretty bad damage rolls in that fight. So here's one more mechanic that we're going to be using exactly once in the speed run. We're going to go to the shop and we're going to buy every item in here for one of each item. And what this does is when you buy every item in the shop, it lets you buy the deeds to that shop. And what the deeds do depends on the shop. But this one you can see knick-knack deeds, they increase running speed by 5%. So for the rest of the run, anytime we're running, we're going 5% faster. It's kind of hard to tell. You don't notice it too much, but it adds up in the next 3 hours of the speed run, so it's useful. So right here we're going to run into Cole, who actually is Vandom's friend that we're looking for, who knows how to get to the world tree, or how to get to Indol and get to the world tree. He has the details for us.
Okay, let's make a start.
So before we learn the details, we're gonna have to take a quick in break right here to take a sleep. We don't actually get the option to use our bonus XP here since it's a story in, but we don't need it at this point. We're just fine going on without using our XP. Alright, so we finished using the inn there, and then all of a sudden Pyra's gone. We don't know where she went. She goes, "What's this?" And then she's gone. So I think we do get a clue on as where she's at. So we're gonna head up to the top of Funzamaima to Alethor Ruins, because there's a good chance she's up there. Just at the top of this very long staircase. If only we could do a backwards long jump up this, or long backwards jump, whatever they call it in Super Mario 64. We're just gonna go ahead and run up the normal way though. Alright, so we got about halfway up, and then the game's gonna warp us the rest of the way to the top. And then right here we can see Pyra, Mallows, and Akos are currently up here, and we're gonna get Pyra back in our party. So here's the toughest battle in this, probably the toughest fight in the whole speed run. We're fighting Akos and Mallows at the same time now, and this presents a few problems. Basically they both spread a lot, and we do AoE damage with Nia, a lot of it, so we actually are gonna have a tough time avoiding AoE from Mallows, which is really obnoxious. So we're gonna try and do our best to try and handle that AoE and not try and hit him just Akos. Akos is weaker than Mallows, so we're gonna target him to start out with, try and take him down first, and then we can deal with Mallows later on. So Akos actually has an art called a Checkmate, where he shackles driver. This prevents the driver from doing anything for about 6 seconds, which is really annoying. But hopefully we won't die here. We're gonna try and... okay, we got toppled, but enemies can actually topple you as well. It doesn't happen often, but sometimes it happens. Alright, so we got a break, so we're good to go for this fight. This fight actually has a phase that ends at half HP for either of them, so we just want to get Akos to half HP, and then we're good. And that does that, so we're good. So now we get a major upgrade called Mithra. Mithra is supposedly the true form of Pyra. Pyra's been locking her powers away, but now she's unleashing them with Mithra. You can see over in the corner, Vandom died. He kind of sacrificed himself because Rex was being stubborn. And then Vandom died, Rex was being stubborn, and then Pyra had to go Super Saiyan to help us save the day. Now we're going to focus on Mallows, because he has a lot of HP we need to chip down. But hopefully we can take him down. There's a way this fight can go really fast, or it can go pretty slow, which depends on if you get a break or not. So we got a break right there, but it's a bit early, so we're going to need one more break before we can take him out. So Mithra's a light element, just like Corvin. And in this battle, she actually has 5 times the agility and 5 times the dexterity normally. This is the only fight where that happens, which is weird, but that's how it works. So we're going to use a nuclear blast with her to finish off a light combo. because this does AoE to Akos as well, so we can take him, do a lot of damage to both of them at once. If Malice was broken right there, Akos would have died, but they both would have died, but unfortunately we didn't get the break we needed. But they'll go down pretty quickly right here. So we'll just, there was the break we wanted earlier. Here's Deadly Drive. This is a full drive combo. It goes right, topple, launch, smash, and one. We're just gonna chain here and get the bonus XP. And just finish them off. It's kind of, I don't know. This is probably a poor place to chain, but getting the bonus XP will be helpful. And I just want to get the fight over with. I don't want to mess around too much. We're gonna actually cancel the quick time event right there so we can end the chain faster. So then this way we won't have to worry about having Tora go. It'll just end right here, which makes it go a little bit faster. Alright, so there's that battle over, and this is the end of chapter 3 now, so we're on decent pace. An hour and 20 minutes is a decent goal to shoot for it. I mean, could be a few minutes faster, but we're doing relatively well right now. So coming up here, we're going to have our second section of blade pulls. Luckily, we already have pretty much everything we need. So we won't need too much. All we need is one fire blade, and then we're pretty much set. And luckily, Nia has level 4 bravery, which makes it so she has a plus 20% chance, I believe, of fire blades. Bravery is one of her idea stats. Ideas are basically these levels that each driver has. I can go from 0 to 10. And they level up when you fill out like infinity nodes based on the nodes you fill out. You get either bravery, trust, compassion, or justice. And each one correlates to 2 different elements, an opposite pair.
Off we go. What?
Alright, since Venom died in the last battle we just had, he was the leader of the mercenaries in Garfront Village, which is a little unfortunate. It's now they're without a leader. But it just so happens that Venom, in the time since we met him, he made a will and named Rex his successor for leader of the mercenaries. So now we own the mercenaries, which we have a little tutorial. We have to send out a 1-minute merc mission, and we have to wait for that 1-minute merc mission to finish up. So we get basically a minute of free time to do whatever menu we need to get ready for the rest of the run. So this is a good time to finish up any blade pulls you couldn't finish up while getting Boreas in chapter 2. We try to do as many blade pulls as we can in chapter 2 though, so it's just an earlier reset point, and there is some menuing stuff we can do at this point just to still save that full 1 minute that it's giving us. So right here I'm checking some affinity charts and doing other preparation stuff that just random menuing time. It makes fights go a little bit faster, but isn't necessary. Isn't absolutely necessary, so we just do it while we get the free time to do it.
Nice one.
Alright, now the merc mission the merc mission is done right now, so we're all done with that. We'll be sending off one more merc mission later in the speed run just for a useful item that we can get from it. So now that we finished up all that stuff, now to continue on with our original quest that we went to Fonz and Mima for, we met Cole there, who told us that in order to get to the World Tree, we need to go to Indol and talk to the Praetor there, Praetor Amalphus, since he's the one blocking access to the World Tree right now. So in order to get there, we're going to take a ship back to Argentum, and then from Argentum, we're going to use a ship to get to Moradane, and then we're going to find a ship in Moradane that will take us to, hopefully to Indol.
So, shall we?
Even though we could skip travel back to Argentum, the game makes us take a boat from the port here just for purposes, but it's kind of convenient since there's one item we want to pick up in this port.
Hey,
That's actually pretty useful.
congratulations, guys!
So we want to go into this last dock on the right, but before we go there, we're going to go over into this back alley and between some boxes, and there's a chest here which has a Hunter's Chemistry 1 Ox score. Aux cores are similar to core chips, but they're not like your actual weapon. They're just like upgrades for your weapon. So you can reuse aux cores and you move in between blades and stuff, and each blade can hold between 0 and 3 aux cores. And basically each one has like a different effect it can do. Like it can increase your damage when you're outdoors by 20%, or increase damage when you have gold affinity by 15%, stuff like that. The one we described was Hunter's Chemistry too, I believe. And what it does is it makes you start battles with extra affinity. So like I was explaining earlier about gold affinity that you need, which makes you extremely more powerful, and it unlocks your access to tier 4 specials. By using the Hunter's Chemistry aux cores on a blade, it causes every blade in your party to start the battle with a lot, like about 10% more affinity, so you get to gold affinity much faster. Later on we'll get a second one of those, and then that will make us pretty much instantly start out with max affinity in battle, which is really helpful. And it's actually pretty much vital for one of the strats on the final boss, which is the main reason we grabbed 2 of them. We could survive without any of them in the speedrun, and it might even be faster to do that, but we can save minutes on the final boss by having both of them, so it's definitely worth. So right now we're asking this Nopon if we can get tickets. If we can get tickets, oh god, we want to try and get tickets to Moradane on the ship, and he's offering them for 3,000 gold. I accidentally declined there, so I have to do this dialogue again. But basically, Rex is trying to bargain because he's a salvager, so normally he gets free fare on these ships. But our friends Nia and Tora, they're not salvagers, so they didn't get discounts. So now we're going to go through a very funny end scene that unfortunately we have to skip in the speedrun, but it involves a kitty with a nightcap and Mithra sleepwalking into Rex's room. A kitty with a nightcap being Dormark. So I'm going to switch back to Nia since it gives me the option to. And we want to control Nia because she's just so much more powerful. Now we're just going to head back to the ship that we purchased tickets to, and we're going to head on to Moradane. This time without getting ambushed, thankfully. And I lied about that. So we actually did get ambushed before we even got on the ship this time by a bunch of kids. And they went and so after Vandam died at the end of the last chapter, his blade Rock, we learned that when a diver dies, their blades return to their core crystal, and after a certain amount of time they can be resonated with again, but they'll lose their memories. So we've been carrying around Rock's core crystal to safeguard it, and it got stolen by a bunch of kids that want blades for themselves. So we need to track them down in Gormont. First, we need to ask the people, the villagers, where the kids might have gone. There's like 8 different villagers you can talk to, but this is the only guy that matters, Nugby. So we're going to go straight to him. And he tells us that he heard about a hint over at Noclia Timber Site, which we found earlier when we were finishing off our puzzle tree wood.
Off we go. What will we find?
So this guy right here, Otto, he told us that there's some footprints that the kids left behind. And we can go and try and search those footprints, but he just tells us that he can tell us where to go anyways. So we're just going to go over here, back to Umon's shipyard. And we can see the footprints lead here. I'm actually going to save about half a second by skip traveling again, since when we arrived here it moved us back a few feet, so it's actually about half a second faster to skip travel there, which is kind of convenient. So here we cornered the kids inside of Umon's shipyard, and they're going to unleash a bunch of birds on us. I guess those are supposed to be threatening, but they get on pretty quickly. We'll try and abuse Nia's AoE between Acrobatic Bomber and her tier 1 to finish them off really quickly. And almost enough. There we go. Not quite. There. Okay. That went down pretty easily. So after this, the kids at Soul Rock's core crystal, they hand it back over to us right there. And they tell us the only reason they stole it from us is because a bunch of bandits raided their village in Gormott and they're trying to get revenge. So we agree to go help them out because bandits aren't cool. And then right here, we're going to run into a miasma storm that's blocking our path to go to where the bandits are hiding out at. Luckily, Rock's core crystal, it just happens to become able to resonate with right now. And he has a field skill called Miasma Dispersal, which can take care of this.
Rock, pleased to meet you. Miasma schmiasma.
So this is Rock's only use in the speedrun, so... Good job, Rock. You were useful, now you're not useful. Thank you very much. We'll use him for his Wind Mastery field skill later on, but not much other than that. So now we get up here and we're going to corner the bandits in this cavern they're hiding out in and take care of them for the kids. And we actually had launched a pretty good scheme where we had the kids go tell the villager, go tell Torgoth that the people who destroyed the water tower are going to be in this cave, which is us. And then we're going to just take care of these bandits and just scurry on out right before they're able to capture us and they capture the bandits instead. Because the villagers aren't really going to care about a bunch of bandits, but if they're the people who destroyed the water tower, they want revenge on them. So that'll get them off their butts and moving up here. So we're going to do the same thing we did against Vandam, Yu, and Zuo earlier. Just take out the tank first and then get rid of the last two. So they go on pretty easily. Right here, I was trying to AoE them down at the same time, but unfortunately the AoE missed Benjamin, so I'll have to take him down a bit more slower. Alright, so now we got Rock back, we took care of the problem the kids were having with the bandits. Now we can finally actually go to Moradin like we planned to. So we're going to come back to our Argentum and then just go straight back to the ship before any more people can steal core crystals from us.
We're here.
So, shall we?
So talk to this guy and then off we go. No more detours. Now we're on Moradin, which is, I'm not sure what exactly the Titan's supposed to be, but it's like a giant humanoid figure, so it's like standing up. And it's actually a dying Titan, so you can see it's a bit of a barren wasteland. Mostly just wasteland slash desert, so that you can tell these people aren't doing too well. This is actually the home of the Ardanians that we fought in Chapter 2. They're actually occupying Gormott at the time being because their Titan is dying, so they're trying to find a new home to live in, or at least somewhere to sustain themselves for the time being before the Titan dies for good. These guys aren't quite as aware that we're the bad guys from Gormott, or bad guys in quotes. We were just kind of, I guess we were framed by Malice and Jin. I guess the fact that we were with Nia and Nia was Malice and Jin is kind of the reason, but yeah. I didn't hope that Nia, a member of Torna, was hanging out with the driver of the Aegis, and apparently not so many people are happy about the Aegis, even though she seems not too bad of a person. Something to note, I believe it's been brought up in the story at this point, but maybe it's next chapter, but Milos is actually also an Aegis, so there's more than one Aegis. There's Milos and there's Mithra, and they actually had a war about 500 years ago, which ended. It ended with a defeat of Milos, and now he's trying to make a return. But the end of the war was pretty cataclysmic, so people are really hesitant about the Aegis. So now I'm getting a few quick upgrades. I got a ball attachment, which will increase Cross's power by 25%. And I also got a Love Beyond the Clouds, which will be used a little bit later to power up Rex in a much similar way to how we powered up Nia with a Whisper Quarter. The Love Beyond the Clouds will increase our special recharge rate, and they will also increase our special damage. And it will give us even more affinity at the start of battle. So now Pyra switched back to Mithra, and she's going to be sticking in that form for a little bit. We're going to actually grab this landmark real quick and then jump right back down to use it in for real. Because we're getting a little bit low on level, and we want to boost that up a little bit. So we're going to cash out. So level 27 is pretty good. That's going to be because we chained Malice in the last chapter, so we got a little bit extra bonus XP from that. So now we're going back to that landmark we just grabbed, and we're continuing on our way. So right now in the story, we were just minding our own business in the inn, and all of a sudden, a flying robot, much similar to Poppy, started flying around terrorizing the city. And that's really curious because Tora is supposed to have the only artificial blade, but it appears there's another artificial blade in the city. And Tora tells us that his Daddy Pawn, or his dad, and his Grampy Pawn, or his grandpa, had been working on the plans for Poppy before Tora, but his Grandpa Pawn had passed away, passed it on to Tora's dad, and then Tora's dad went missing, but Tora was able to complete the plans himself. So right here we're going to turn off this vent real quick, because even though we can run through that steam vent right there, there's another one over here that we can't run through. We'll just die, so unfortunately we need to turn it off and go out of our way. So right there you can see Lila. Lila is the artificial blade we saw, and we're trying to stop her and talk to her to see who created her and where she's from and what is going on. So, basically the chase mission, we had to chase her down a few times, but now we finally cornered her, so we're going to go to where she's cornered at and finally get a chance to talk to her, hopefully. First, we're going to do a quick menu to upgrade a few things. So first, we're going to give CrossFit that Hunter's Chemistry Aux core we got earlier, and we're going to give her the ball attachment. And then we're going to make one quick change to Rex's blade. We're going to get rid of Corvin for now and instead put a fire blade in. Because we want to be using Mega Explosion, which is fire, 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 but we no longer have Pyra to do that with, so we want to give another fire blade to Rex so he can use that instead. So here's the first battle is Lila. She can be a little obnoxious to fight. She's really bulky and can do a lot of damage and has the kind of annoying attacks she can do. And so yeah, so what we want to be doing is getting as many HP potions as possible since we need all the damage we can against her. Right, I'm kind of pushing my Tora and Rex out of the way so they don't steal my HP potions. So we're either going to want a lot of HP potions or a break at the right time in order to finish this fight. Hopefully we get one of those. Right there, Rex is on his fire blade, so we can use that in order to get the burnout off in order to use Mega Explosion. So now all we want is get a tier 4 up and try and get a break. So we'll charge up our tier 4 real quick, grab these HP potions, and hopefully get a break. Or we get knocked out of a break. Okay. Thanks, Lila. So our break art got interrupted right there from her art, but okay. We should have enough HP potions to finish her off. But this should be enough to kill her. Or not quite enough. And now she's dead. Okay. That wasn't too bad. It could have been worse. Could have been better too, but that's how the fights go. Alright, so that's the first fight with Lila. She's going to run off now, and we're going to go and try and chase after her. So we're going to skip travel back to Kade Gate, which we arrived at originally. And we're going to run into an old friend called Morag and Bridget, and a bunch of Ardanians as well. And they're going to recognize us from when we saw them in Gormott, so they actually know that we're bad guys. First, I'm going to switch Corvin back in, though, because we're at a point where he can do enough damage that we don't need to use the Mega Explosion, so we're going to switch back to him. He's a little bit safer as well and more consistent, in my opinion. So for this fight, we're going to try and take out a few of the soldiers real quick just to get them so we don't die to them, because they can stack up quite a bit of damage. And we're going to try and burst down Morag and chain her as fast as we can. This is mostly just so we get bonus XP. So we're going to do a quick tier 1, and then we're going to switch off here and take out the Ardanians. Wow, where'd that Ardanian go? Jeez. He's down on the stairs. Okay, so these guys drop down pretty quickly, so we're going to take him out real quick. Make sure Rex doesn't die, please. Okay, we're good. And then switch back to Morag and finish her off. We're going to use the tier 2 and then nuclear blaster. And there we go. Might go for a chain break real quick before we do this. She resisted it. Oh well. She should still die. And then we're gonna instantly change to get bonus XP. So that killed all the soldiers, so now she's the only one left. And we're gonna do a quick chain attack on her and to get some extra XP. We're not doing that much damage. We should get a decent amount still, but hopefully we get a decent amount of bonus XP. This should kill right here. Alright, yeah. And then we'll get a fair amount from that, and then more from Corvin. And then Tora to finish it off.
Are you ready for Poppy's full capability? Much stronger. Your skill.
So after that battle, Morag reveals to us that just like everyone else in this world, she was just testing us, and she actually wants to team up with us to take down Lila, because Lila is a true threat here, not just some kids with the Aegis. So right now we're going to track down clues for Lila. Since Tor has built his own artificial blade before, he actually knows what parts are needed to build Lila, so what he can do is actually ask around to different people who might have seen these parts, or seen the parts get shipped in, and find out where they were being taken to, because that's where Lila will be, because that's where she'll have been created. So first we asked someone at the ports, and they told us to check over here by the cargo hold. We found remember we saw some barrels right here earlier that were supposed to have some parts for Lila, and they're not here no longer. So we're going to try and figure out where those barrels went, because those surely will tell us where Lila is being made at, or where she was built at. So we'll ask the junk shop owner right here is set, and he's gonna be pretty greedy and make us pay in order to find out any information. So we'll buy an item from him. He'll tell us a little bit, and he'll make us pay more so we can tell us more. But we gotta do what we gotta do, so we'll do that. I'll do a quick skip travel in order to skip a little bit of movement, and then we will start heading over to the main area of Moradine, where he said that this person over here might know more about where the barrels went, since he had a good lookout from where they might have gone. So Tamil told us that he saw that he knows where the barrels were. He doesn't know where they're at, but he knows where they might have been heading to, because he actually moved them there, I believe. And he said to check out this old warehouse over here that has been abandoned for a long time, because that's where he leaves them. And then some other party picks them up later on to deliver them. So this is the reason we want Boreas. Boreas has no pawn wisdom, and these barrels right here, in order to decipher where they're being taken to, we need to have level 3 no pawn wisdom. We can get level 2 on Poppy Alpha relatively easy, but we need 3. So having Boreas gives us the 3rd level we need. And we could get level 3 no pawn wisdom on Poppy Alpha, but that would entail another 2 minutes of talking to Nopon in Argentum. And considering you can get Boreas in effectively 5 seconds from a blade pull, it's more ideal to get Boreas instead of wasting time talking to Nopon. Plus you need to open so many core crystals to get to the 3 Earths that are required. Chances are you're going to get Boreas in that time anyways.
And arrived. It's an adventurous life for me.
Alright, so we're going to jump down right here and grab that landmark, and then we're going to head back to report to Morag and tell her what happened. I have a video auto splitter plugin going for live split, and I think it's crashing right now because I am dropping a lot of frames. Apologies about that. It should fix itself pretty soon, hopefully. Hopefully, please. Okay, I think we're almost good now. Alright, there we go. Okay. So we're heading back to the palace to tell more like what we found out. Because when we found those barrels, we found out that they're being taken to an old factory in the bottom level of Moradane. So now we're gonna head. Now Morag tells us to go do some intel in the area, but she makes sure to warn us to not do anything reckless until she arrives, because we're just kids, right? She knows what she's doing. She doesn't trust us kids to be taking charge. So if you remember earlier on when we fought that spider in Uriah and it had that beast blade with it, we actually got the core crystal for that.
I've been so bored. I was about
Actually,
to go hunting
you know what?
solo.
Yeah, we'll pull them right now, but we're gonna do something a little bit different. So we actually have that core crystal and it's ready to be engaged. So we're gonna actually get Wolfric for our own team and put him on Rex. He only has a few uses for, ironically, just for field skills in the speedrun. In the no DLC route, we actually use Wolfric for about half the game because he's pretty powerful, but he just can't quite stand up to Crossset, so he doesn't get used much in the speedrun, or in this route at least. So now it's time for round 2 with Zieg von Genbu, who tackles in Uriah. The last time we fought him, we beat him up pretty easily, and then the cliff he was standing on collapsed. Now he's standing at the bottom of the cliff. There's a bunch of rocks on it. So what do you think is going to happen when you beat him this time? So we're going to do a similar strat to what we did to Morag in this fight, but we're not going to chain this time because we don't need to. We're just going to do a quick, we're going to go to a quick tier 1, tier 2, and then get a Corvin tier 3 off, hopefully, on a break. Sweet, got a break. Top a little bit early, I think. We're going to get it off, maybe? Okay, we just barely got it off. We're using Mithra instead of Corvin, but we have a topple fusion combo on him, so he's pretty much dead. Or not quite, because Mithra is pretty weak. But he should be dead now. There we go. Okay, that wasn't too bad. So, the first time we fought him, he fell off a cliff. This time, there was a landslide and he got knocked off the cliff by a bunch of rocks. He's trying to catch the idea. This guy isn't too lucky. So now here's those barrels we saw earlier. They're at their destination. And here's the abandoned factory that supposedly Lila's going to be inside of.
Show me what you got.
So we're going to grab the key to get inside from here, and then we're going to go up over this ladder on the side and climb up and make our way inside. And supposedly this is an abandoned factory, but you probably have an idea that it might not be actually abandoned.
Hey, look what I found. Congratulations, guys.
So we need Wolfric for this this vent. He gave us focus level 1 to open this vent. Pyra actually does have focus level 2, in fact, but since she's taken Mithra form right now, she doesn't have access to those abilities. Pretty soon we'll be able to switch between Mithra and Pyra, and we'll be able to use both their field skills at once, which will be nice, but for this one chapter it doesn't let us do that. So I mentioned earlier that there's going to be one more Merc mission we'll do in the speedrun, and we actually just unlocked it. It's called Lunch of Love. I'm going to actually be sending that out right after I break open this event.
Maybe in here somewhere.
Or I can just grab these collection spots instead. Jeez. Alright, so we finished using Wolfric for focus, and now we can send him off on his Merc mission. This is an easy way to disengage him from Rex since we don't want him to be on Rex. So Lunch of Love will give us another Hunter's Chemistry Ox core, which is the second one we need. So we're going to send out Wolfric real quick to get him off of Rex and get that done. They'll be back in about 30 minutes or so. So right here, we actually do find Tora's daddy pawn, and then we get ambushed by Mui Mui, who was supposedly helping us and a friend of Tora's dad, but apparently he backstabbed everyone. And he's gonna unleash these jailer tokens on us, who are pretty weak. We can take him out pretty quickly. Once again, just using process AoE from her break art and her tier 1. We'll try and switch our target around a little bit so we can make sure we're not wasting all our AoE on one Turkin. Yeah, they're getting beat up pretty good. Hope that kills both. Okay, not quite. Alright, that's that. So pretty easy. So now we defeated those. If you remember back in chapter 1, there's this big fat no pawn named Banu who gave us 100,000 gold. And it turns out he's the one behind Lila. You can see him up on the top of the screen right now. He hired Mui Mui and enslaved Tora's dad in order to build Lila for him. Now we're getting to fight Lila one more time. This fight's a little bit easier than the first one since we can just chain her and finish it off a little bit quicker. Hopefully Rex doesn't die though. Alright, this is gonna be the same strat as before. Just cross set 1, 2, and then Corvin 3 and finish it off. I might have gone a little bit early there. Rex, can you please switch to Corvin, please? We might have a little bit of trouble here. We'll just use Mithra, it should be enough, since she's toppled. If this was Corvin, she would just die. Unfortunately, we didn't get that quick kill, but we can just chain her. We'll just try to chain right now and just wreck her face in. So here's where you start to really see the power of cross set and fusion combos. We didn't get that many HP potions, I take that back. So we're doing a good amount of damage on Lila. Like she'll die pretty easily here. This should kill. Yeah, there we go. And a good amount of overkill. So right about now, I'm really close to being able to unlock a upgrade for Mia. It's called Arts Chain. I don't know if I'll be able to get it here. I might check. I might not. I don't think I'll have enough. It's worth it to check though. If we don't get it this right now, we'll get it after the next battle. Alright, first we have a second big clip of the run. This is the biggest one. It saves 4 to 5 minutes in the speed run. So we're gonna run up to this wall, zoom in our camera, go really slowly to the side, jump through this corner of this wall, land on this pipe, and then just walk on this door frame, and we just skip the entire old factory. About 4.5 minutes worth of it. Let's check for Arts Chain real quick. Okay, we're like 40 SP short, so pretty close, but not close enough. So that clip, it's the biggest clip in the run. It saves quite a bit. It saves like 2 fights and like a lot of running around. It ends up being about 4 minutes we saved from having that clip. It's pretty easy too. We have actually, it's only clip in the game we have a really good setup for, so it's pretty consistent. I mean, you shouldn't really ever mess it up. You just have to practice a little bit. If you practice at all, it's really consistent. So now here's Rosa. Bana was using Lila to learn about how to make an artificial blade, but then he used that knowledge to build a bigger blade for himself and named it Rosa. Yeah. And also he's inside. Bana and Mui Mui are actually inside of Rosa's head right now, and you can hear them with her taunts. It's kind of funny in this battle. So we just finished phase 1 right there. It's pretty straightforward. Now you can see Poppy looks a little bit different for Tora. This is Poppy Cutie. After we defeated Lila actually broke Bana's control over her and was able to rejoin Tora's dad and Tora. And she actually had the ability to power up Poppy and transform her into Poppy Cutie, who is a little bit stronger than Poppy Alpha and is a fire element. This is pretty useful. Now we have another fire blade we can use since we like doing fire combos, which is kind of useful. We're actually going to ignore that in this fight. Actually, I don't even know if we're going to use Poppy Cutie much at all. We're going to go for a quick tier 2 right here and then just do the same as the last 4 fights with Corvin. Hopefully get a break. Break, please. No, she resisted it. Oh well. She should still die. So it's kind of nice in this chapter. We can reuse the same strat, and it's pretty safe even without breaks. We can just chain and finish the fights off usually. So that's just what we're going to do here. And yeah, this should easily kill Rosa. So now back to Arts Chain, what I was talking about before. So I said it like right in the beginning of the speed run. You have your autos that go into arts, and you can cancel the autos to make this art speed even stronger. But after this battle, we're gonna unlock Arts Chain, which is an ability that lets us not only chain arts out of autos, but we can also train arts after arts. So if we have all 3 arts built up, we can use one art and then cancel it into the next art and get the same benefit we would have gotten from canceling 2 auto attacks. So it actually speeds up the flow of fights quite a bit, and it allows us to charge up our special gauges much faster. So we're gonna put that on Nia, and then we're also gonna say we got that on her, and we're also gonna change her Whisper Quarter to Narcy Parajelly. This is what Rex has been using as well. So now Nia has 2 arts recharge pouch items, and she likes both categories, and she loves the Cream Orange Paratha. So this is actually going to cap out our arts recharge at 1.0 recharge per second, which is really good. And you're going to see our arts are going to charge up blazingly fast. Alright, so now we're going to run into 2 more members of Torna. We've met Jin, Malos, and Akos, and Nia so far. Here's Mikal and Petroka. Mikal is a little bit, I don't know, he's kind of in love with Petroka, and Petroka kind of just like gives him the cold shoulder, but they're attacking us, and we don't like Torna, so we're gonna take him out. But Mikal's a tank. If we don't target him, he's gonna taunt us, so we're gonna just take care of him first, just so we don't have to worry about that taunt. This should end the phase any second now. And there we go. So now, Morag, who we fought twice now, and we fought her blade 3 times, is going to arrive, and she's going to actually join our party now, and we're actually going to switch her in, because she's a much better tank than Tora. She's bulkier, she's more evasive, and she's stronger, so all around just better than Tora. And now we're going to try and finish these guys off real quick. You can see right there, he taunted us. Okay, why is Rexian launch? What? Okay. She shouldn't be using that art right now, but she just used a full launch on Rex. Alright, let's keep on. What? She used it twice? What is going on? Okay, that's not good. Okay, Rex is dead. That's not good. Okay, come on. This isn't good. He's not charged up, and I might die here. Okay. Alright, come on. Mikal can use his own tier 4 right here. Just Solar Explosion. Come on, Rex, please. Ah, you can't die during this either. Come on. Ah, dang it. Okay, we're gonna lose top hand here. Are you kidding me? Okay, that's unfortunate. So, I think what happened is I forgot Rex was... So, Mikal taunted all of us, but I think Rex resisted that, so he was on Petroka, which made Petroka go beat him up quite a bit. Okay, so we lost a little bit of time there, but we should be able to make that back up. We're on a pretty good run right now. Let's do this over again. Okay. If you look at my arts right now, like I said, my arts are changing up blazingly fast, and I can just go art into art into art and just keep rolling it over, which is really good. Okay, Rex is still not charged up. What is he doing? Okay, that's not being an issue. Come on, please die. Oh my god, we're gonna die again! Come on, Rex, please. Okay, we survive, please. Okay, he died, good. Okay. We should be able to survive this. This fight can get rough. I think I had a bad setup right there, and Rex was being a little bit stubborn, but we're still alive, so we can continue. Unfortunate time loss, but we can get it back later. The rest of this fight should be pretty straightforward. Petroka is pretty weak. I'll just go ahead and tier 4, I guess, and finish her off.
I'll teach you to underestimate me.
Hopefully this probably won't.
Shut up, shut up.
Yeah, that wasn't okay. That was some pretty low damage. I'll just finish him off with Corvin. Okay. Alright, that was like worst case scenario, but not every fight's always going to go well, so I guess this is a good example of a fight where it's like a run where, I mean, there's already been plenty of fights that haven't gone my way, but they don't always go your way. So that's the end of chapter 4, and so chapter 4 has traditionally throughout Xenoblade Chronicles 2 speedrun, it's pretty much always been the halfway point of the speedrun. So like when the run was 9 hours, we finished chapter 4 about 4.5 hours in. And we dropped down to like 7 hours, and it was about 3.5 hour split, and then 6 hours or 3 hours, and so on. So 2 hours and 5 minutes. So that means we should be able to get like a 2 hour and 10 minute run ideally, if everything finishes well. But not too hopeful of the sub 210. It's definitely possible, but it takes a bit of skill, a bit of luck, and takes a lot of stuff going right. We've had some stuff going right, some stuff hasn't gone right so far. So now we're in Left Syria, which is actually Rex's homeland. I guess a little story update. At the end of the last battle, Mikhail and Peroko were about to use some secret power that we don't know about. And then all of a sudden, a blade named Hayes showed up, or actually she called herself Fan Lenorn, but Mythra called her Hayes. And she had some really powerful ability where she could just basically inhibit Mikhail and Pertoka's abilities to do anything, so they had to retreat. And then Fan Lenorn told us that we need to go with her to Indol, which is where we're heading already. And she's from Indol, so she can take us there. So first we took her ship over to Left Syria, which happens to be Rex's homeland. And then we need to cross Left Syria to get through the Cloud Sea barrier, or Cloud Sea wall, in order to get to a different port, which can take us to Indol.
All in one piece.
Which just so happens to take us right next to Rex's hometown, Fonset Village, which is pretty cool. So yeah, this is a bit of a longer walking section, but nice place to take a little breather again, just like in Uriah. And if it's like if it's a charity marathon, you could put some donations here too.
Hey, look what I found. Congratulations, guys.
So at this point in the game actually tells you there's 2 different paths you can take to get to Farmstead Village, which is where we're heading first. And it tells you that there's a slow and safe path, which is what we're taking right now, and the other path is faster but more dangerous with higher level enemies. The other path is more dangerous, but believe it or not, is actually the slower route to get to Farmstead Village, so there's no reason to take it in the first place. So it just works out in our favor that the fast path is also the safe path.
And arrived.
All in one piece.
So now we're heading through the Cloud Sea barrier we talked about earlier. It basically is a giant wall in the cloud, made of the Cloud Sea, where like the Cloud Sea bulges up over some large titans, and it makes a giant wall that Titan ships can't really pass through. So we need to go through it and then meet a ship on the other side to continue on our way to Indol, since Indol is on the other side of the wall at this point in the year. We get a pretty cool view of inside the Cloud Sea. You can, I mean, I guess there's not much to see, but it's a pretty neat thing you can see here, I guess. As you can see, there's a passage in front of us blocked off, so we're going to go off to the side here, and we're going to tickle the Titan we're inside of, tickle their reflex center, which causes the door to open for us. Because we're actually inside of a Titan right now. Not sure what type of a Titan we're inside of, but we're in some sort of Titan. The game mentions that Leftheria is actually it's an archipelago, and it's actually made up of numerous different Titans that all basically swarm together around one giant Titan in the middle of it. So this point right here is actually a really good point for a bathroom break in speedruns. You can auto run in this game if you press the Y button on your controller, so we can get about a minute straight of running just in a straight line without having to turn at all, which makes it a really good opportunity to go get a quick bathroom break usually. Might even be a minute and a half we get, I'm not too sure.
Congratulations, guys.
So then we can just keep running straight and jump off this ledge and just swim across the Cloud Sea. You can see Fonset is that island in front of us, the bigger one. That might even be a solid 2 minutes you can go if you get a good line. It's preferred to not be AFK during this point because you do need to adjust your path a little bit because it's pretty hard to get a exactly straight line to where you want to go. Alright, so now we're coming up upon Fonset Village, which, as I explained, is Rex's hometown. So Rex's parents are actually, they died when he was a baby, but his Aunt Corinne is here. I don't think she's actually his aunt. She's just his caretaker who he grew up with. And that's actually the Aunt Corinne is who we gave 90,000 gold to in the beginning of the game. So hopefully she has it. It actually isn't brought up in the story, but there is a side quest you do later on where you find out where she only got about half of the money for that we've sent her. And there's a long sequence of events where you find out there's a bunch of like very poor trade routes between here and Argentum that cause most of the money to be taken out for traveling expenses, and then during the side quest you actually open up a new trade route direct from Argentum to Fonset, which is pretty cool. So now we're in Fonset, and Rex decides he wants to go visit his parents' gravestones in the cemetery and introduce him to Pyra. So Bible thump. Now all our friends are over in Aunt Corinne's house, so we're going to head back over there and meet up with them. And Aunt Corinne's going to make us some dinner.
And arrived.
So then Rex sits here and he catches up with his Aunt Corinne, and then now it's time to keep on heading out because we have to get to Indul. Luckily, we're right next to the what is it called? Yeshiva Harbor, which is on the side of Fonset, or on the side of the Cloud Sea wall, so we can just head right up here and get on our way. Also, at this point, it's worth mentioning that you're actually able to switch between Pyra and Mithra at will. You can do this both in the overworld. You can go into the menu and hit Y on them, and then it'll let you switch between them. And you can also switch them in battle when you're controlling them by basically clicking the blade switch button on the blade you want on their button, and it'll switch between them freely, which is nice because that means you get a fire and a light element in the one slot. So now here is round numero trace with our good friend Unlucky Zeke von Gambu. I do notice that if you look behind us, there's some railings that are pretty close to the Cloud Sea, so we hope he isn't unlucky a third time. So in this battle, we still don't know who Zeke is, but Morai seems to know who he is and says that she doesn't want to fight him. So we're actually on our own against him for this battle, which is us, Rex, and Tora. But that's not a big deal since we have both Pyra and Poppy Cutie to use fire specials. So we want to get a break right here and then do a burnout into tier 4. Okay, we missed one break. Hopefully get the next one. Alright. This can be a little bit of a dangerous fight. Alright, come on, break. Alright, come on. One more. Alright, we should be good enough anyways. I guess something I haven't mentioned yet is when you kill an enemy with a fusion combo, like if you have a break right here and this kills them, you actually get extra XP without ending in a chain attack. It's called a joint combo finish in game. It basically just you kill an enemy with a fusion combo. So they're broken and you kill them with a blade combo, or they have a blade combo on them and you kill them with a reaction like a break or a topple. And that can give you anywhere from 40 to 80% extra XP on the fight, which is pretty nice to get when you can. Which is why I'm trying to end the fights with breaks, even though I have enough damage to kill them without it.
Hey, look what I found.
Because even though we don't have to grind in the speedrun, there is an XP curve we need to be able to meet throughout the run that comes into play near the end. So we're going to try and keep up with that as good as we can. Alright, so now we're in Endel, and we came into Endel because we want to talk to the Praetor to get access to the World Tree. And it just so happens that the Praetor sent Hayes to find us in the Aegis in the first place, so we're going to go find him. Well, I mean, you don't have to find him. He's at the top of the Praetorium, but you know what I mean. So Endel is a fun place for speedruns. There's been a few points where we've done like a long walking section, but Endel really takes the cake for this, because you have to go through here twice, and the whole time you're here, you're literally just walking back and forth between these two rooms and talking to people. So it gets pretty monotonous, but at the very least it's a good point for donations if this is in a marathon, so that's pretty neat. So first, before we talk to the Praetor, we need to go use the inn real quick, since that's part of the story. We're gonna take a rest since we just had a long journey before we meet him. So I mentioned earlier that Malice is actually an Aegis himself, like Mithra, and you may be asking, okay, an Aegis is a blade, and Pyra and Mithra are a blade, and they're an Aegis, and Rex is their driver. So who is Malice's driver? Because if he's a blade, he's got to have a driver, right? Well, it turns out what we learn in this section right here is that the driver of Malos happens to be Praetor Amalthus, the head of the church in this game. So that's kind of interesting, right? The supposedly good guys, the church, you know, they're supposed to be good. They're also supposedly have control of the evil blade in this game that is wreaking havoc on the world and wants to destroy the world. So you can see there's going to be some more going into this later on. Praetor Amalthus might not be as good as we think he is at first. So like I said, we're going to be walking back and forth a lot, talking to this in person, talking to Amalthus, going back and forth. But it doesn't last too long. It's about 5 minutes worth, so it's not too bad. So now in the story, there's starting to build towards the tension moment between Moradin and Uriah. Moradin and Uriah are kind of like the big two powers in this world, with then Endel being the third big power, which kind of acts as a mediator between Uriah and Moradin. And then there's actually another Titan called Temperantia, which is basically a barren Titan that was destroyed in the original Aegis War 500 years ago. And Moradin is actually developing Titan weapons there. They're basically turning miniature Titans into weapons of mass destruction to use against supposedly used as defense against Uriah. Unfortunately, as we find out right now, one of those Titan weapons goes rogue for some reason and starts attacking anyways, and that's not good because if Moradane owned Titan weapon attacks, if a Moradane owned Titan weapon attacks and it going to probably attack Uriah, that might cause a pretty big war. So we're going to try and prevent that. So right now we just found out about the Titan weapon being used and attacking someone, and then Mora goes, because she's like the High Inquisitor of Moradane, so she's pretty powerful there. So she goes to the senator representing Moradane, the ambassador of Moradane to Indol, to ask what's going on. And then we decide we're going to actually go to Temperantia ourselves and try and fix the issue. So we're going to head back to the port real quick because we want to resolve this conflict as soon as possible before a war breaks out.
We're here.
So?
Because as Rex and the gang deduce, who would be the one group who would benefit from a war between Moradane and Uriah? Not Moradane and Uriah, but Torna, the people we're fighting against, the main villains. Right there, Zeke finally swam his way out of the ocean after he fell in after following our previous battle, and he actually joins our party now. He didn't really want to fight us, he was just testing our abilities like literally every other good guy in this game.
Show me what you got.
So now he's going to join us. We actually won't use him for the speedrun, but we'll use him as a field skills slave, I guess, because we need to have blades on multiple party members in order to unlock some spots later on, so it's good to have him to use. So now we're in Temperantia. This place was kind of destroyed in the Titan War 500 years ago, as I explained. And it's also I think it's the manta ray I was talking about earlier, how a bunch of the Titans take the shape of different animals, but in giant form. So this is like a manta ray, kind of. So we're going to try and find out where the Titan weapon's at and see if we can stop it. So we get up to this clearing up here, and we actually spot the Titan weapon itself, and it's moving across the lower level of Temperantia. So we need to get on top of it to stop it, because that's where its power source is. So we devised a plan where Hayes, who's still with us, is going to use her she's going to use her powers that she used on Mikal and Patoka earlier to stop the Titan from moving, just long enough for us to jump on top of it from above, and then we will be able to get onto it and try and stop it. So this is going to be the last major menu of the speedrun. We're actually going to get Morag all kitted out since we just got her. And she starts out with not the greatest skills activated and stuff. We'll give her Arch Chain right away and give her a few other skills that increase her agility and damage and stuff.
This is the culmination of years,
As it should be.
And we'll get Arch Chain on Rex as well, since he can get that now. And also we'll get this. This is a skill node we're getting all three of them right now. It's called X on Start. So basically you start each battle out with your X art fully recharged, which is really useful. Here's that colorful feather I mentioned a long time ago in Uriah. The colorful feather we're going to put on Morag, since she's going to be in our party most of the rest of the speedrun. So she'll be our tank when we're moving around past UMs. Okay, is there anything else I need to do at this point? I'll check Crosshead's chart. And I think we're good. Also, I'm going to get those Merc missions I sent out 30 minutes ago since they just finished.
I am a mighty hunter.
Alright, we should be good to go now. So I'm just going to note on Crosshead's chart that we just checked. You saw like she had a bunch of those yellow nodes in the middle, and she had 3 of them filled out for each of them. Those are her skills, and one of them being the increased damage on HP potion I mentioned earlier. Each time you increase the level of that, she gets 10% more damage per potion. So now she's getting 80% damage per potion, which is even better. Alright, so now we're on top of the Titan weapon. Here's the Ishmael's core, the brain of the weapon. And if we try to take down the brain of it, it's going to just keep healing. You can see it's healing like 100,000 damage per every 2 seconds. So we're going to ignore it for now, and instead we're going to attack these power lines, which is actually what's recharging the Ishmael's core. So we need to take out these first before we can take out the core. Actually, in fact, we believe that right now the characters think that taking out the power lines will just deactivate it completely. So we're gonna soul it for a little bit, and then we're gonna bring Morag and Rex back over here to help out. We just need to do a quick mega explosion on it, and it should go down pretty easily. Okay, this should be almost enough to finish it off. Alright, just enough. There we go. Sometimes you get bad damage rolls there, and if you don't kill that thing from half HP, it hurts a lot. Like it has a nasty spike on it that damages you whenever you hit it, and then the core that it was powering will do a blast hammer attack where it AoEs everyone and knocks them down, and pretty much wipes your team. So you don't want to get to that point. Alright, so here's Jin once more. We fought him before when he was with Well, actually, we haven't fought him yet. My bad. This is the first time fighting him. So he has a few abilities he can do. He doesn't have a blade himself. He actually is a blade himself, and he just doesn't need a driver. We're going to do to him the same thing we did to Zeke earlier, hopefully. So we're going to get a break, use burnout, hopefully, or maybe not. I'll wait a second to get another break on him. Okay. Well. Alright, so his move right now is Sun Swallow. It's a counterattack move, so basically if you hit him while he's using that, he will launch you, which isn't fun, so we have to watch out for that. It's kind of hard to predict it, though. He should die right now, though. He should be pretty much dead with his break. Maybe. Okay, yeah, he's dead. So that's a pretty easy fight. Alright, so now we defeated him. He actually, right now, even though Haze is trying to limit his powers as his blade, he actually overcomes that power and just kills Haze outright. Or Fan Lenore, I mean, the girl that we met in chapter 4. So now she's dead, and we're kind of mad about that. And Jin ran away. And now Ishima's core, even though we destroyed its power source, it came back to life. But luckily this time it won't heal, so we can finish it off for good. This battle is this enemy is pretty tanky, so it's kind of challenging to take it off in a timely manner. I'm gonna try my best. If we get a break on it at the right time, it'll die. But it has a really high break resistance, so it's not likely we'll get that. Hopefully get a break right now. Please. Alright, no break. We'll go for a few more though. Alright, one more please. Okay, we can go for a few more. Burnout is still up. We'll get more HP potions as well. If we don't get toppled here. Alright, we're just gonna go for it so we don't get toppled. This thing can topple you with his auto attacks, which is really annoying. Okay, this won't be nearly enough, but we can probably chain out of this and finish it off. Alright, so we're gonna go Shackle Blade us, but we're gonna chain attack to negate that. And hopefully this will finish it off. Ideally, if you get a break, you can just one-hit it, and then you don't have to worry about chaining it. And you'll save about 40 seconds here. Unfortunately, we didn't get that, though. But it should die right here pretty easily. Alright, that should be just enough. Oh, just barely missed it. Oh well, it should die out a few hits. I'll just use a tier 1 to finish him off. There we go. Alright, that wasn't too bad. It could have been worse. Alright, so now we successfully negated the weapon, and hopefully that will prevent a conflict from happening. Actually, in the cutscene that we just skipped, actually, real quick, I'm going to explain right now. So you may have noticed in the bottom left corner, I have a timer called loadless time. It's actually broken right now since my video auto splitter broke, and so it doesn't actually track load times. But there's this weird thing in this game, especially with speedrunning, where it just tends to get not laggy, but load times will just randomly take a long time, like an extra 20 to 30 seconds. And this can, once it starts happening, it's like you start losing minutes pretty quickly. It doesn't happen to many people, or not often at all. It happens to me quite a bit, but and it usually starts happening to me in chapter 6. But what I was able to find out is that if you actually save your game and close it and reopen it, which costs about 35 seconds at the end of the chapter, you will actually, the game will stop having those slow loads for the rest of the game. So even though you lose 30 seconds, you can potentially save like upwards of 2 to 3 minutes in the rest of the run by doing that. It's definitely possible to do a run where you don't get any slow loads and they're all fast, but it's almost better to be safe than sorry with that, so that's what I choose to do. And since it starts happening for me in chapter 6, I do it at the end of chapter 5 typically. It's a bit safer to do it at the end of chapter 7. Just the way the story works, that's like more ideal for clearing the game's memory and stuff, and there's a small chance you can still get slow loads in the end of the game if you restart too early, but it doesn't happen often, so hopefully we'll be fine there. So now we're back in Indol. Even though we stopped the Titan weapon, there was still almost a war between Uriah and Moradane since some shots were fired. But then luckily, right before this war started, Indol flew in and actually got in the middle of the conflict so that they would stop and called a quick a truce in order to have the leaders of Moradane and Indol, and not Indol, of Moradane and Uriah to talk over terms for a peace agreement instead of war. And real quick right here, I'm going to switch to just having Tor in my party for the next 8 minutes or so. There's a few different reasons for this. I'll get into them as we get to them. First off, we're going to come here to Hayes' funeral. So even though she's a blade, for some reason she didn't revert to her core crystal. She just outright died, so that's pretty sad. Alright, so after this funeral for Hayes, we learned that there's actually a plot being developed in the area where someone's trying to cause a conflict between Moradane and Uriah at the summit that they're about to have, discussing peace terms. Because there's other people who would stand to gain from Moradane and Uriah warring, such as Torna, and even some other groups might even have an interest in this. So we're going to want to figure out what this plot is and try and stop it if we can. Since Morag is a pretty important figure in Moradane, she actually leaves our party to go and deal with the summit, so we're without her for the time being. Alright, so we're going to use the inn real quick just because the story wants us to take a rest and talk over our next game plan. And then we're going to make our last main detour for powering up in the speedrun. And this should basically be all the power we need for the next 2 hour and 45 minutes in the speedrun. So the reason I needed 3 Earth Blades from when I was pulling blades in Chapter 2 is for this reason. We're heading back to Temperantia. And there's actually a chest in Temperantia which contains 3 Shining Star Chips. And Shining Star Chips are actually a rare drop from a super boss that you fight after you beat the entire game and you're like max level and everything. You go fight these super bosses and you get end game weapons. But there's a chest that has 3 of them in Temperantia. And all we need to open it is 4 Earth Mastery and 2 Fortitude. We actually have 2 Fortitude already between Poppy Cutie and Crossette. That means we just need 4 Earth Mastery. The game gives us 1 Earth Mastery for free with Wolfric, so when we pull 3 more Earth Blades, that's 4 Earth Mastery, and that's all we need to get these chips, which will pretty much double our attack power for the remainder of the speedrun. It actually only costs about 2.5 minutes to grab them, and you save several minutes in fights having them, so it's definitely, if you have the Earth Blades, you definitely save time grabbing them. The issue is that sometimes getting the Earth Blades is time consuming and you might not even get the Earth Blades you need. There are backup strats to not having these chips where you probably be in the end a few minutes slower, maybe 1 to 3 minutes slower, and have a few tougher fights, so it's definitely possible without them if you get bad luck, but ideally you want to get them since you can get the Earth Blades pretty quickly and then have them for the end. One cool trick we can do here, since we have DLC and enemy aggression turned off, there is a here which will aggro us, but we can actually run just past his, when it looks away, we can run under its field of view, because it can't see past these rocks when we're going to hide behind them, and just run right past it to this buried chest right here and get the chips.
Very nice.
Alright, this Pepito, I hate this Pepito. I had a run that was like on really good pace, about as good pace as I am, even better pace than right now. And this Pepito pushed me into this chest. When I opened the chest, it pushed me up in the air where the could see me, and I lost like 3 to 4 minutes from that. So it was really frustrating. So now I always make sure to watch that Pepito and try everything I can do to make sure it doesn't hit me. So the first reason we're controlling Tora is when we open that chest, any other driver of normal height would be spotted by the while they're opening the chest. But Tor is just short enough where the cannot see him over the rock outcropping we're sitting on. So Tor is the only driver we can use to open that chest, unless we want to run back and forth a few times and waste like 3 minutes. So that was a neat find we found pretty early on once we found the Shining Star chips. And when we first found them, we'd have to run back and forth, trying to de-aggro the a few times in order to get the chips, and it was really time consuming. Okay, so the reason we're using just Tor right now is because we need to talk to a bunch of people to gather intel once again. And this time we have to talk to everyone, not just 3 or 1 of them, but all 8 of them or so. And if you have multiple party members, like if you have Rex and Nia and anyone else in your party, what they like to do is when you talk to someone, your AI in your party will just interrupt and say, "Oh, that's pretty cool," or "Cool, I didn't think of that," or "This is pretty silly," just random stuff like that. And every time that happens, you lose like a second or 2. So by just taking them out of your party, they just don't get a chance to do that, so we can actually just bypass that and not have to worry about it at all. And considering we need to switch to Tor and then switch back from him later on in the first place, it's better off just to take him out of your party completely, because we have to switch party again later on, so works out to be pretty quick. So like I said, Indol is a land of walking and talking, so we're just once again walking around and talking to people, so once again a good time for donations and marathon settings and the sort, or can't really get a bathroom break right here, but because you have to actually be actively controlling the character, but you get a small break from the combat. Luckily we're already almost done, so it's not too bad.
Off we go. What will we find?
And then here is the last one we need to talk to, and before we can figure out what the plot is. And after we talk to this person, we're going to go to the inn over there, and we're going to play a game of Clue. And I'm sure people have heard of the board game called Clue, so we got to say, where is it happening? What's the weapon? How's the weapon going to be used? And lastly, who's going to use the weapon? Colonel Mustard with a wrench in the billiard room. Sure, we won. Nice. So we actually accused the refugees there, but you can accuse the refugees of the Turkins. The proper answer is the Turkins, but refugees is one second faster, so we just do that. Real quick, I'm going to upgrade that last Hunter's Chemistry Oxcore we got earlier, so since it's really convenient right now. And now we're going to go over to the Moradane ship where the summit's being held and try and stop the Turkin chefs from poisoning the main meal at the banquet.
What will we find?
Real quick, we're going to go ahead and equip those chips that we just got earlier to upgrade with. We're only going to put them on cross set for now, since we want to put them on cross set, Corvin and Bridget, but we don't really want to use Corvin right now, and we don't have Bridget to equip them to, so we're just going to leave it at this for now. We're also going to equip that other Hunter's Chemistry Oxcore and take off our extra blades. So now we're good to go. So this ship, I'm not sure if it's the same one we were in Chapter 2, or if it's just a similar design, but it looks exactly the same. And if we head over to the dining room, we're going to find some Turkins here, and we heard some Turkins were going to poison the meal, so we're going to attack them. They're actually really tanky, so it takes a little bit longer to take them down than the first time we fought Turkins. They go down pretty quickly. You were still doing pretty good damage on him. That's a lot of HP potions. Alright, just trying to AoE them as much as possible to speed up the fight as much as you can. So that went down pretty easily. So we finished these guys off, and it turns out they were just normal chicken cooks that weren't actually assassins. And I actually heard a big bang in the hangar, so we head back to see what it is, and sure enough, it's Bana and Rosa again. The only difference is this time Rosa has a giant G on her forehead, so now she's Giga Rosa, and that means she's so much more powerful. It's pretty much the same fight as before, but we can take her out much faster with our Shining Star chips. So we're gonna do that, just that. We're actually just gonna let Rex and Tora do the entire burnout, and then we'll just use a Mega Explosion to finish her off. Okay, she is so dead. This is a triple stacked fusion combo on her. Okay. So she's pretty much dead, but we're going to chain her anyways for XP. Because we need to get back on track with her XP curve. So we probably did about 800,000 damage right there, which is a lot more than what she has, but she's pretty dead. As you can see, we're already like 300% bonus, which is pretty good. And we have a whole other round to go through. Yeah, really dead. 400% overkill. Alright, so we should be pretty good on an XP curve now. Nice. And then right there we finally got our second pouch expansion kit. We got our first one in chapter 2 from Dougal. This one's going to be able to go on our Rex, so we can finally give him that love beyond the clouds we got back in Moradane. So I'm going to switch party right here to put Morag back in the group, since she's finally going to rejoin us after that battle, and then she's better than Tora, so yeah. It's actually after that fight with Giga Rosa, part of the main story. You don't actually ever see him, but Morag's baby brother, Emperor Niall, is the leader of Moradane, and he's actually there. You never actually see him, but in the speed run, but he real quick, I'm salvaging right here because I need to get 5 mechanical parts to get Ancient Wisdom level 2 on Enduro Mark, so, or Ancient Wisdom level 1 on Enduro Mark, which will be used in next chapter to advance the story. So just getting it out of the way right here since it's really convenient. So back to Niall. So Niall is the Emperor, and then after we beat Giga Rosa, Bana basically self-destructed Rosa, and Niall had a blade named Aegion, which is kind of like a tank blade. Evasive tank blade, kind of like Bridget. So Niall made Aegion shield the whole group, including the Uriah leader, while he tried to stop Bana from blowing up Giga Rosa and blowing everyone up. Giga Rosa blows up and it hits Niall, but everyone else is safe, so Niall dies. Everyone's crying about it. Nia does some weird stuff, and all of a sudden Niall's back alive, but his blade Aegion's in his core crystal, which he gives to Morag for safekeeping. Now we're gonna need Aegion. Actually, no, we don't need Aegion since we have Perun and Finch. So, because we got lucky on blade pulls, we don't need it. We can skip getting Aegion up, which costs about a minute. But if we needed to get Aegion up, what we'd be doing right now is luring enemies by throwing rocks to the down D-pad. And what that will do is it will very quickly engage enemies in combat. And the criteria for unlocking Aegion's core crystal is you need to engage in 22 different encounters. So basically what we do is we'll just throw rocks at random enemies as we run by them to try and get that counter up as fast as possible, because we're going to need that to be done in about 20 minutes from now. So, but luckily we have enough rare blades that we can actually just skip that altogether. And actually developing Aegion and getting him up and then getting his skills ready takes about 1 minute. So getting Perun and a leaping blade, as like Finch or Percival, saves about a minute.
And arrived.
All in one piece.
So now we're on the Titan Genbu, which is the giant turtle, which I referenced earlier. Okay, so every other Titan, it's like Tantal, no, not Tantal, Gormott was Gormott Province, Moradane was Moradane, Uriah was Uriah. They're all the name of the Titan. This is a different case. The Titan's called Genbu, but the nation on Genbu is called Tantal. And yeah. And actually, Tantal is actually Zeke's homeland, and actually, believe it or not, Zeke is the crown prince of Tantal, which is pretty interesting. So, we're traveling with the crown prince. We should be welcomed with open arms, right? Right?
New locale. I've gained a new memory.
So yeah, coming up is Ceosor, which is the capital of Tantal. One thing I dislike about this game is that it's kind of a minor point, but on pretty much every Titan besides for Uriah, there's only really one village or city. And they talk about how there's lots of settlements on every Titan, but you only ever really see one on each. I feel like they could have added more like camps and stuff or villages, but it's still a really big world that they added, so it's not that big of a deal. So we're going to do a quick menu right here. We're going to switch over to Mithra and engage Corvin. We're going to give Rex his Love Beyond the Clouds that we got a while ago. And we're going to give him his Shining Starship and give Bridget hers as well. So now we're all powered up. I think I forgot to equip something. What was it? So we're all powered up now. We got our chips on Corvin, on Bridget, and on Crossette, and we got... Real quick, the reason we switched to Mithra real quick is we're going to buy a chip for her as well, since she hasn't really gotten any chip all game. We're going to buy a Loader Knight chip from here, which is actually the highest crit chance chip we can get in the speedrun. And it's going to be really important that Mithra can crit a lot at the end of the game, so... That's the reason we're getting this chip for her right now. We don't actually need it till chapter 8, but it's the easiest point to get the chip, so yeah. I actually just thought of a better place to get the chip, in fact, but I might write that in later. I don't know if it's much faster. So now we're going to enter the palace to talk with Zeke's dad, the king. He has a weird name. It's like EUGL something something something. I can't say it. I don't think many people can say it. So we meet with him. And of course, he probably guessed it, when we're captives. We got captured. Zeke didn't get captured, but the rest of us did. Luckily, we were able to break out pretty easily. But they stole Pyra from us, / Mithra, / the Aegis. And that's not a good thing. We needed the Aegis. That's the whole reason we're traveling, is to get the Aegis to Elysium. So we're going to go and try and rescue her.
You're picking a fight with us? You're
Right here we run into a bunch of Tantalese soldiers, but then Zeke comes and saves us and rejoins us since he escaped from his dad. There is one clip you can do right here. And I'm going to set up for a few jumps at it. You basically want to jump through this corner and fall down. I only do one jump at it usually. It takes about 20 seconds to get it first try, but it's really hard to do, so you don't get it too often. You can set it up for one attempt and not lose too much time though, so I always like to do one jump. So almost to where they're holding Pyra captive. We heard rumors that they're trying to kill Pyra, so hopefully we can prevent that from happening. So now we found Pyra, but she's being held by a weird contraption that immobilizes her, and she can't really do anything against it. And they're going to fire a giant laser cannon at her, so we need to stop that before. But first we need to take care of these Tantalese knights that are trying to stop us. They actually melt pretty quickly, so they go down not too hard. They can hurt quite a bit, since there's like 6 of them, but as long as you take out a few right away, then they're pretty harmless. See, I just like murdered him. I'm almost done. And it should be done now. Alright, there we go. That wasn't too bad. So we stopped them, rescued Pyra, and then the laser that was going to attack Pyra, it missed her since we rescued her, and instead it hit Genbu in the head. And now Genbu is going insane and just literally diving straight to the bottom of the Cloud Sea. And if he goes too far, then we're just going to die inside of Genbu since we're just trapped into the Cloud Sea. So we're going to try and go stop that real quick. So I'm actually controlling Rex for this next battle so I can control Corvin. It makes the strat that we're going to try to do a little bit more consistent. Basically, I'm going to try and set up an AoE finisher to kill 3 enemies at once, which can save like 1.5 to 2 minutes if it's done perfectly. So right now, this is actually a bit of an interesting part of the speedrun. Back in probably about like July or so, we had a really big skip called Zombie Walk or Tantal Descent skip, where we could literally jump off of Tantal and jump to the very bottom of it. And we do a weird thing with our controller where we unplug our controller on the right frame and do it on just the precise frame. We cause some glitch where instead of just falling to getting fall damage, dying and respawning, you would die from fall damage and you just lay on the ground for like 20 seconds and then just revive. And this actually saved about 3.5 minutes of walking down this Tantal area, which was pretty nice. And then it's actually the only glitch that that's been beneficial that they've patched out in the existence of this game. We don't think they intentionally patched it out. We think they changed a different feature and it just happened to have a side effect of fixing this glitch. What we could do is speedrun the game on a different version and still have the glitch. But the patch that they patched it out in just happened to be the exact same patch that they added cross set in. So we either have a choice of having fast DLC runs or having Zombie Walk and Tantal Descent skip. And cross-set saves a lot more time than Zombie Walk, so we actually just don't worry about it anymore. We still think there's a way to get down without Zombie Walk and save 2 to 4 minutes, but we haven't found it quite yet, so that would be a nice find if anyone watching this wants to like help out with the speedrun of this game. We've done a lot of searching already, but I'm sure there's got to be a way somehow to get down. Kind of interesting, the way that glitch was found. Someone that just happened to be in our speedrun Discord, so they were part of the speedrun community, they were just randomly playing, and they fell to their death, and they're playing the Switch in handheld mode, so they have the Joy-Cons docked into the Switch, and they just happened to, the name is Dank Baron, and they just happened to pop the Joy-Con out in just the perfect frame where it triggered the glitch, and they're like, oh wait, this is interesting. So they told the speedrun Discord, and within a day or two, we had been able to recreate it, figure out a consistent method of getting the right frame for it, and we were implementing it in runs pretty quickly. So it was pretty nice to have until it got patched. So instead, we get to do a bunch of really tight maneuvers and parkouring and jumping and stuff where we just about kill Rex, but not quite. So now we're at the bottom. If we had done the Zombie Walk, we'd actually be on the opposite side of this cavern, this like whatever you call this. We'd be on the far side of it already, so it even doesn't just save time running down, but also saves time running across. But yeah, it's about 3.5 minutes it saves in the end. Alright, so now it's a little bit more walking. We'll do a quick skip right here where we're going to get to this landmark right here, this Central Ether boulder.
Hey, look what I found.
It actually has a really large range where you can activate the landmark. So we can get it on the other side of the boulder and just skip travel around the boulder and save like 20 seconds of walking. It's kind of nice. So now we're just making our way to the head of Genbu to try and fix the issue that was caused when they fired their lasers at Pyra.
A new locale. I have gained a new memory.
Alright, so right here is actually where we would have fallen to if we'd had still the zombie walk. We'd fall into that cutscene and activate it right away. So that gives you an idea of how much time it costs to not have it. The trick doesn't happen instantaneously though. It takes about a minute to do. You have to do some frame buffering with some weird mechanics, but this is about a minute to a minute and a half if you get it first try. So we're almost to our destination. So just across this little area is where we're heading for. I believe we're on the neck of the neck of Genbu right now and heading to the head/crown of it. Just to give you an idea of where on the giant tortoise we're currently at. So if we didn't have Perun and Finch right now, we would be throwing rocks at all these enemies right now to keep getting engagements for Aegeon. Thankfully, we didn't have to do that in this run. So coming up on these next two fights at the end of this chapter, it's pretty challenging to pull off quickly in DLC runs, and my PB literally had perfect fights, so we're probably gonna be losing a bit of time here, but there's more time to save later on as well, so it's not all over yet. So yeah, once again, just walking up a steep slope to get to the final battle of the chapter. I feel like they do this a lot, like chapter 3, we ran up those steps in Wanzamaima and stuff. Alright, so now we're at the Crown of Genbu, which is where the Omega Fetter is at. Which is actually happens to be the thing that we found out we needed to control Ophion and get to the War Tree. So not only are we going to get the Omega Feather to stop Genbu from diving, but we're also going to be able to use it in order to get to the War Tree. First, we're going to take off these three guys. We fought all three of them before, Mikhail, Pachoka, and Akos. Now we need to fight them all at the same time. So Akos has a really annoying mechanic he does called Black Wave, where he does a straightforward line AoE at his target, which inflicts Shackle Blade. And when you get Shackle Blade on you, you can't use any Blade specials, and you lose Blade Affinity. So we want to avoid that at all costs, and we also want to be able to... Okay, so we got a break, and we got tier 3, so hopefully this... Okay, so if this goes well, this will knock Mikhail into Akos and Bertoka, and it should kill all three of them at once, which would be really good. It might get one of them. I don't think we got any of them. Dang. So we killed Mikhail, but we still gotta take care of Akos and Bertoka, and we're shackled as well, which isn't great. So we'll lose a little bit of time here. Akos is really obnoxious too, because when you get him to half HP and he enrages, he'll actually force evade the next 30 attacks that go after him. I'm gonna chain him real quick to just take him out real quick before he can do that. Alright, this should kill him if Nia has enough HP potions. Oh dang, not enough. Okay, that's not great. Alright, so this isn't going so hot, but we'll keep at it. He hasn't enraged yet. He broke, okay. Oh, we should be able to finish him off. Okay, never mind, he just enraged. I can kill him with this though, at least. Alright, now just Patroka to finish off, and she's pretty frail, so we can take her out pretty easily. So I guess both fights we had with Mikal and Protocol went pretty much worst case scenario. But it's not too bad. We lost about a minute and a half, so. Alright, come on, just die already. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's that. So now we finished those three, and now the man himself, Jin, is going to attack us again. But this time he's going Super Saiyan himself, and he's like activating this all fancy Sub-Zero cool stuff he has. So he's gonna supposedly tear us, like beat us up really bad. I'm actually just gonna chain attack him here since I have Gage, and I'm gonna just end this fight in literally 30 seconds. So that's that right there. So yeah, having party Gage there is really beneficial. If you don't have party Gage there, it drags on quite a bit. You can lose like 30 seconds compared to that. So even though we just technically just beat him up, when the battle phases, he's beating us up, and then he kidnaps Pyra from us and runs off with her and the Omega Fetter. So we're not only did we lose the Omega Fetter we were looking for, but we also lost Pyra the Aegis, and just now Rex is not taking it so well. Alright, so that's the end of chapter 6. Now we're into chapter 7, where things start getting pretty serious. First off, we're going to head over to the King of Tantal. He's actually not a bad guy after all, especially now that the Pyra is gone. So he's going to tell us about a story about the third Aegis Sword. So we know about Pyra's Aegis Sword, which is red. Mithra's Aegis Sword is yellow and light element. But apparently there's a third one that is hidden in Leftheria in the Superior Crucible Elpis. And if we want to be able to take on Jin and Malus, we're going to need to find that third sword and reunite with Pyra and Mithra. So we're going to head that way right now.
Keep a close eye out for trouble.
Alright, so we're in Leftheria now, and now Gramps is going to tell us a little bit more about the story of the third Aegis Sword in Spirit Crucible Elpis. It just happens to be right next to Fonset Village, and it's a surprise Rex has never known about it before.
Do we really need to stop and rest when we're having so much fun?
So real quick right here, going to go ahead and do a menu and get some blades set up. We're going to be needing a lot of different field skills to be used in this next section.
Don't let me get rusty.
I just need some wind and some fire.
Pleased to meet you.
Looking forward
There we
to
go.
working with
You
you.
just
And
need
there's
to
a
be
lost
on
wind,
Boreas
okay.
to put this team to good use.
Oh wait, I don't want Boreas. Boreas does not have wind mastery. Okay,
I'm sure it'll work.
there we
out
go.
great.
Okay, we just got ancient wisdom on Dromark done. So we have one ancient wisdom on Dromark, one on Perun, one on Corvin. We need 3 in total, so that's that. We need 2 Kenai. We get 1 from Brigid and then 1 from Adenine, who's on I think Adenine's on Morag right now or someone. And we'll need 2 wind. So we have I think we have like Adenine and like as a common or rock, I'm not sure which I put on. And then 3 fire blades, which I have a fire on Nia and 2 fires on Rex, I think. Something like that. Actually, wait, I only need the 2 fires are just a fire on Nia and fire on Rex because Bridget has fire mastery too. That's my 3rd fire mastery. So this is the main point where you need like all the blades we were pulling for in chapter 2. So you need the 2 fires for the total of 3 with more Bridget in this place. And then we'll need the ancient wisdom and that we got from Perun is helpful. Earth mastery and wind mastery will come in the next chapter, I believe. No, in the end of this chapter, that is. So now we're inside of Spirit Crucible Elpis. We're just going ahead and climb to the bottom of this place. it's a little long, but it's an interesting place. It's really easy to get lost in here on your first time through. Like, I'm sure plenty of people who played this game just
And arrived.
spend several hours in this place trying to get through, but it's actually not that long once we know where to go, and we have one cool jump we can do that saves a little bit of moving around. So as we go through this place, in the cutscenes that we're skipping over, some of the party members, like the blades, are starting to feel like really weak and stuff because there's like an ether mist in the air that's affecting their powers, and even some of the drivers are getting affected as well. Like Zeke and Nia aren't looking so hot right now. They're starting to have that effects. Luckily, Poppy, Tora's blade, is feeling just fine though, since she's an artificial blade, so she doesn't rely on the ether in the environment. She has an ether furnace built into her that generates her own energy. So one gimmick in this place is that, until now, like, we've been using like blade specials and stuff like that, and abusing like high affinity in combat, like gold affinity. But while you're inside of Elpis, like the further you go down, you get weaker like during battle. So, for example, you do a little bit less damage, but depending on which driver you're using. The blades will only be able to get up to like a tier 2, and then only a tier 1 special, and then at a certain point it also restricts your ability to have max affinity, so you'll only ever have a blue affinity link. One note is that Tora is not affected by this at all, which is used kind of in no DLC speedruns. And there's a few blades, mostly not even the blades that we have, but some DLC blades you get from challenge mode, like Shulk, Fiora, and Elma. I believe they aren't restricted as much. It really depends on the driver and blade. Like certain drivers will have less damage than other drivers as well.
Hey, look what I found.
Something that's actually revealed to us, I believe already at this point in the cutscenes, is that Zeke is not actually completely a human or a driver. He actually has part of Pandoria's core crystal implanted in his chest, because back when he was younger, he was getting attacked by bandits or something, and then the Amothus, the Praetor, found him, and then he transformed into a Blade Eater by extracting part of Pandoria's core crystal and fusing it with Zeke. So it's kind of similar to how Pyra gave Rex life again after Jin stabbed him, but it's not done as cleanly since it wasn't done by the Aegis herself, or himself in the case of Malice. So it's not a clean fusion, so he's not as well off as Rex is right now. So that's why he's feeling pretty weak right now. But then also Nia is feeling a little weak right now as well, but that's not quite explained yet. So yeah, we're just going to keep on climbing up this place. You go up and down throughout it. It's a pretty large area, to be honest, but you get through it quick enough. Right here is one very lucky area that we have enemy aggression disabled, because these little reeks right here, they're called reeks, or R-I-I-K-S, it's a weird name. They hurt quite a bit. Normally what we would do in no DLC is we would either control a tank like Morag, or we would use a colorful feather so we don't get attacked immediately. But with the enemy aggression disabled, we can just bypass this as well. It doesn't necessarily save any time though, having it disabled, because we would still run the same path. It's just a little bit safer. If you die right there, you get set back by like a minute or so, which is not too pleasant. So coming up here is a cool jump I had mentioned earlier. There's actually 2 or 3 different ways to jump down this place that actually skip quite a bit of stuff. This is like the best jump where you jump the furthest. We're going to jump all the way down here and grab onto this ladder, and that will negate our fall damage. So we can just finish jumping down to the bottom here, and we're at the bottom.
It's an adventurous life for me.
Normally there's a bunch of like side caverns that go through the walls and stuff, and you need to use field skills to get past them, and there's a lot of enemies in the way that could aggro onto you, because there are some unique monsters in there that can aggro you even with the DLC. Alright, so we're almost to the end of it now.
Little cow.
The last
Gained a new memory.
about 2 more chambers to traverse, or 2 to 3 more chambers to traverse, and we'll be at the end of this area. And we'll be coming upon a very, very frustrating mini boss for many casual players. So coming up is a battle called, like to call it Multis or Phantasms. We're going to be fighting these Phantasms or these shades that they like to say rogue a lot, and then there's 4 of them that start out with. And as so you're fighting them, and then you're about to kill one of them. It gets very low on HP, and it uses a move called Multis, which is why we call it Multis in the first place. And what Multis does is it makes them evade all attacks while using it, and the attack will spawn 2 more Phantasms that you need to defeat. So casual players, they'll just be fighting it, and then they'll think it just spawns forever. They think there's some other criteria they need to do to finish the fight, and it gets quite frustrating for some players. Some players just got lucky and just ended it pretty quickly, and it wasn't that bad. So how the fight actually works through data mining in the game and looking in the code of the game, we have found that there's actually 3 criteria for how Mortis works. The first is Phantasm needs to be under 30% HP in order for it to use it.
Very well.
The second criteria is there needs to be 4 or fewer Phantasms spawned at the current time for them to use it. And then the final criteria is there needs to be fewer than 20 Phantasms that have been killed in the battle for them to use it. So if you've killed 20 of them, they'll stop using it, which is how the developers intended you to finish the fight.
I've been so bored. I was about to go out hunting solo.
We figured out most of it already in the first, pretty, not too quickly, but relatively early on. We figured out the number was 4 or less for them to use it, and then we figured out HP was around 1/4 to 1/3 that they used it at. But we actually did not know if they would ever stop spawning on their own until we looked into the code of the game. So that was an interesting find to make. For us, we want to go as fast as possible, and there's no really reason to kill 20 of them, so we just try and end the fight faster than that through various techniques. The method we use in no DLC is we'll use Tora and Nia or Morag and Rex with Wolfric to break and then topple the Phantasms, as when they're toppled they can't use arts, so you topple them and you can quickly burst down the rest of their HP while they're on the ground and just kill them instantly without giving them a chance to use a Multis at the 30% HP threshold. And we'll repeatedly do that since Tor is the only consistent topple we can have at this point. That's why we use him. And we'll just have Wolfric on Rex just go ahead and use a tier 1, which gets plus topple damage, which helps finish them off. In DLC, as we have seen already, cross-set is really powerful, so we'll just pretty much try to burst them down with cross-set from half HP and kill them in one go. It can go really well, or you can have some bad luck and lose a bit of time with some Multises, because each Multis is 2 more unit kill. But we'll see how we can do with this. Alright, so we got an instant break there. It's not ideal. Right, I'm going to go for this. Come on, break it. Sweet. Should be good. Okay, he's doing it right now. Oh, we just barely missed it. Okay, 2 more. Okay, that can happen. This one should die for sure, though. Yeah, it's dead. So now we got HP potions, so we should be killing them a lot easier. Hopefully, it won't do too much damage to them getting our specials charge up where they use Mortis early. This could be close. Oh, we're good. Okay, 3 more. Okay. Morag is on the ground. That's not great. Alright, I'm just gonna not use Break Heart anymore because I'll push him into the range. Okay, 2 more. Okay, 1 more, which should be good. Let's just finish him off. Sweet. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We had 2 extras, but we killed him pretty quickly. You can go better than that. Like, there's a strat you can do if you get lucky on damage rolls and rotations and stuff, where you can you kill one, you kill a second one, and then you kill the last 2 at the same time. You just use Acrobatic Bomber to hit both of them, and then a tier 1 hits both of them as well, and they just die. That's pretty much an optimal fight you can get, but it's pretty tricky to pull off. And my PB actually had really unfortunate. I had almost a perfect fight where I was going to kill 3 of them at once, and all 3 of them hung on with a sliver of HP. Literally, like, you could even see the bars on any of them, and all 3 of them used Multis, so I lost like a minute in that fight. But yeah. It's a pretty interesting fight to try and optimize. No DLC is pretty straightforward. As long as you don't get toppled and you get all your breaks, it goes pretty easily. DLC is a little bit more inconsistent at the moment, but with more practice, it should be a lot more consistent. The main inconsistency is the HP potions you get. You can only get one at sometimes, or Rex or Morag might grab one, so that could screw you up. So right here, we really want Nia to be level 50. Okay, she's 49, which is good. We're gonna leave. Yeah, we're gonna level everyone up because we're coming on some pretty tough fights. Like the bosses are gonna hit level 50s now. Morag's gonna be a few levels ahead of us since we got her later on, so she had more bonus XP and gain more XP in combat from being underleveled. I guess another note about XP is when you kill enemies, if you're underleveled from them, you actually get a multiplier on the XP they give you.
You certainly seem well rested.
We can't really abuse that too much because we need to be a certain level just so we can kill the enemies, but we don't want to waste time using the end to be too high of a level in the first place. So we're already using it as best as we can realistically can. So after we finished that battle, we went back to Leftheria, and I don't know, I think Rex had a vision or something, or someone had some sort of vision and was like, oh, we need to go to this place, this dying titan on the edge of the world tree. It's called Cliffs of Mortha. What is Corvin doing? Okay, Corvin, you alright there? So yeah, we need to go to the Cliffs of Mortha, which is real close to the world tree, because that's where Malice has Pyra at. And Morag tells us that we can use a battleship from Moradane to get there. So we went back to the palace and are going to board that right now. So now we're in the Cliffs of Mortha. This is going to be the last place we need the field skills for that we pulled blades for. So we're going to need 3 Earth Mastery, 3 Leaping, and 3 Wind Mastery. So we have Rock, the Wind Knuckles from Rex, and Adenine. 3 Earth Masteries, we have Wolfric, and we have 3 other Earths we pulled. And then 3 Leaping. We have level 2 Leaping on Poppy Alpha from feeding her those 2 roly-poly maracas a long time ago. And then we also have Finch. We have both Finch and Percival, which both come with Leaping by default. Well, Finch has it by default. Percival, you need to feed him 2 drinks. We just sent him on 2 Merc missions, which also filled out that node for us, so we have an option to do either one of them. Probably just going to put Finch on. So yeah, those are the 3 different field skills we'll need, and then we're going to try and want to optimize our menus here as best as possible too, because we'll need to both be doing these field skill checks and also doing fights in between, and the blades we're going to be equipping for the field skills are going to interrupt our actual party for fighting, so we're going to try and optimize it as much as possible so we can do as few menus changing blades and still be in a good setup to fight the enemies we're going to be coming across here. So what we'll need first is we're going to need level 3 Wind Mastery, and I think just level 2 Leaping. So I'll go ahead and menu in a moment here to fix that up. Let me think, what blades do I have right now? So it's a tricky process because every run you're going to have different blades on different drivers with different skills, and you just got to figure out on the fly which is going to be the best ones to equip. Okay, let me think. Wait, yeah, I think... Yeah, okay, so I have Zenobia. I had Zenobia and Adenine on for the Phantasm fight, and I also had Rock on Rex for the fight. Because I needed them equipped. I needed the Adenine and Rock equipped anyways to open the spider web. So I was already set up for the Wind Mastery at that point, which helped me save a menu. I think I still don't really save a menu since I need a menu for Earth Mastery and then a menu for battle as well. But yeah. So I'm going to have to do 2 more menus still before the next mini boss battle. I guess this is a full-on boss battle coming up. Wait. Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah. So I had Wolfric on. I have Wolfric on Rex right now from the last battle as well. When I was menuing to get ready for Ancient Wisdom and stuff. So I had Wolfric on Rex and 2 Earths still on Zeke from when I got the Shining Star chips. So I was all good there. So I just need to do 1 menu. I actually did save a menu here. which is hard to pull off. Alright, so I'm going to use Tora here, and I'm going to get rid of all the extra blades I have. Put on my Hunter's Chemistry on Corvin for later on, since that'll be helpful. Got to take off these extra blades, get rid of what frickin' rock, and we should be good to go. Oh shoot, I forgot to... Yeah, I need to get this field skill on Rex and switch out his accessories real quick. So I also bought this box of Ambraces and Male Lung Cloths from the shop in Cliffs of Mortha. Box of Ambraces will grant plus 35% damage when fighting a higher level enemy. And pretty much everything is higher level than us, so it's going to be like 35% damage on Rex. And then Male Lung Cloth will increase your damage by up to 50% when you have an opposite gendered driver and blade. So Rex is male and Pyra/Mithra is female, so that is plus 50% damage for Pyra and Mithra. So here's Malos. He's upgraded a little bit. He has his own Aegis sword now. It's called the Monado. You may recognize it from different Xenoblade games. My strat here is going to be do a tier 1 fire with Poppy Cutie, do a tier 4 with Crossette, and then do a tier 3 nuclear blast with Corvin. I need a few HP potions for this as well. Basically what's going to happen is when Malos hits 70% HP, or maybe it's 80%, he's going to use Monado Armor, which was going to reduce damage to him by 20% for about 30 seconds, which we don't like, so we want to try and not let him get that off before we kill him. So hopefully he didn't use it here. Okay, he used it early, unfortunately. I did too much damage. Dang it, I got the break, but I got jailed before. The Monado Jail will Shackle Blade, which makes it so we can't use our blade arts as before. We're going to be stuck here for a little bit. Unfortunately, we're losing time here. That was pretty unfortunate. We're just a little bit too late on that break. Jail ran off, so we can use our tier 3 now and get the... Oh, we lost our heat, so we're going to need to burn out with Cutie. Oh, Rex, please! Okay, Nuclear Blast. Oh, did Rex lose all his affinity? Oh, God. Okay, we're doing a lot of damage anyways, so... That's alright. Okay, finish him off, please. That's gonna hurt. Oh my god, 69 HP. Get the HP potion. Okay, just die, Malos. Okay. Yeah, that was pretty suboptimal, but he's dead now. Okay, made it through that. So we need to get a joint combo finish in the next battle. So because this is when the XP curve starts to hit in. Because I guess the reason we have an XP curve is, as I was explaining before, when you're lower level, you get more XP from battle. There are also some other effects based on like they affect your hit chance and it affects your hit chance. It affects your not critical hit, right? It affects the damage you receive, and it affects your reaction chance, like break and topple are reactions that you can do. So and then being under leveled by 10 levels or more, it actually negatively impacts your chance to inflict reactions. So when you're 10 levels under leveled, you're going to have minus 20% to inflict a break. When you're 11 level, it goes to 40%, then 60%, then 80%, then 100%. So as you can tell, we want to not have that. So we want to be within 9 levels of the enemy we're facing. And it's going to be a really powerful enemy in the next chapter at level 60. So we want to be level 51 for that on Nia. But after this next fight, there are more fights between the next fight and that fight, but we'll only be using Rex for those battles, so Nia won't gain XP from them. Which means we want to be level 51 after this following battle, so we need to go from 49 to 51 in one battle. And in order to do that, basically we need a joint combo finish, which is when you finish them off with with a fusion combo. So we just fought Malos, upgraded Malos by himself, and then in chapter 6 we fought upgraded Jin by himself. In this upcoming battle, we like to call it Jalos, basically mixing the names Jin and Malos together. And so we're fighting them at the same time, and as you can tell, it can be quite the pain. This was, along with Makos, so Malos and Akos in chapter 3, are considered like by far the two hardest battles in the game for casual players. And also for speedrunners, for quite a long time we real no strats for either of them, but now we have some decent strats that make them pretty consistent. So for this battle, we're going to want to do a similar method that we did in the Malice battle. Just get a tier 4 off. But we're going to use Bridget, Morgan Bridget instead of Poppy and Taurus, since they can hold aggro better. And Jin can use Skyward Slash, will knock her affinity down, which prevents us from using a tier 4. Alright, so let's just try and avoid aggroing Jin right here, and we should be good. So Rex, I'll put a Fire Blade on Rex, but he's going to switch to Corvin anyways. That should be fine. Alright, we aggroed Jin. He shouldn't use Skyward Slash again though, so that should be fine. Hopefully he'll de-aggro pretty soon on a Bridget. Okay, it's a little risky. Come on, get the tier 4 off. Tier 4 please. I almost got Skyward Slash, okay. Oh, it did hit me, so I got less damage now, but this should be enough, maybe. Close, maybe not. We need to get him to half HP to phase it again. I'm just going to use Corvin to Nuclear Blast and finish us off, just to get it over with. Corvin's tier 3 is actually incredibly slow compared to any other blades, so it's kind of not ideal to be using him as much, but he's really strong as well, so it's just get it over with. We're going to use him. That's the end of phase 1 of Jalos. Now we're going to get a major upgrade. You can see Pyra was on the floor in that battle. After the battle, she got revived. And now Pyra and Mithra went full on Super Saiyan. Like, it was just normal Super Saiyan before with Mithra, and now we have Numa. So Numa is an actual true form of the Aegis of powering Mithra, and she's incredibly powerful. So she has several effects that she has. First of all, she's Omni Elemental, so whatever the enemy's elemental weakness is, she's gonna do that. So she always gets plus 20% damage when the enemy has a weakness. Next, she gives plus 50% damage to every party member gets plus 50%. No. Yeah, plus 50% reaction rate from before. Like I was explaining how being lower leveled can negatively impact it, but having Numa out will positively impact it by about 50% additively. Next up, when Numa's out, it is impossible for her to die, or for Rex to die with her, or for her to get inflicted with any reactions like break, topple, block, blow down, knockback, shackle driver, shackle blade, any of the sort. You can't get debuffed or anything. As you see, we just resisted shackle blade. And then additionally, she can also use any element she wants for blade specials to do any blade combo she wants. Alright, so we're going to try and do this right now to AoE them and finish them both at once. Hopefully it works. Okay, I only hit Jin, so we're going to have to take out Malos, but that's alright. Alright, did I miss anything else? Okay. Oh yeah, also Numa gives the whole party 100% critical hit rate when she's out as well. So those are the buffs that you get from Numa. And also, there's a few restrictions on using Numa. As you can tell, she's incredibly powerful. So you can only use her once per battle. In this battle, it's a tutorial, so we get her for the entire battle. But normally, you get her one time per battle. She lasts for 1 minute or 60 seconds, or actually a little bit longer, like 65 seconds. And in order to activate her, you need to have a full party gauge and gold affinity with Mithra and Pyra. So, or they have the same affinity, so gold affinity with Mithra or Pyra. And then when you have those criteria filled, you can hit the R button on the shoulder, the right bumper, and then press I believe it's up on D-pad, and this will activate Numa, so you can use her for 1 minute in battle. And she is incredibly useful for the rest of the run. We're going to be abusing her as much as we can to speed up battles. Right here is a point for a really major donation incentive for like marathons. You get to basically name Mithra / Pyra, like what do you want to call her when she's in Numa form. It only really affects it in the bottom right of the bottom left where it shows your blades when you have Numa activated. It'll show you whatever name you chose for her, so Pyra or Mithra, and that changes what Rex calls her in cutscenes as well. But I mean, you basically gotta choose your waifu for the game, so people love debating and arguing over or donating for various choices in that. So now we're in Mortha. After the battle, we kind of just got knocked off the cliff and fell into the Cloud Sea, and we're at the bottom of the Cloud Sea in Mortha. We lost all of our party members. They all fell to different locations, but we fell with Jin. So we're on Jin up with him for now, since it's just us two, and we're in unknown lands, and we're kind of on our own. So right here, I'm going to activate Numa as soon as I get party gauge for it. So any second now. Come on, give me Numa. Okay, there we go. We got Numa up. We'll use a Gamma Ray. And then finish off this guy real quick. So yeah, she does a lot of damage as well. Also, if you notice I could have chained in the last battle with Jin and Malice at the end of it with Numa. I chose not to for a specific reason. It would be a lot of XP to get, and it would fix our XP curve, but that would use up all of our party gauge, and our party gauge carries over between battles, and we want to have party gauge in that battle so we can use it instantly and get Numa up as fast as possible to finish it off. So now we're going to run through Mortho and trying to find our friends. We just actually found Bridget and Poppy and Gramps, and they joined up with us. Additionally, once we found Numa, Rex gained a new ability called Master Driver, since he's the driver of the Aegis. He's also known as a Master Driver, which means we've now realized that he can drive any blade in the game. So all of Nia's and Morag's and Zeke's blades, Rex can now engage at will. We can't engage Poppy, unfortunately. That would be incredible if we could, but we can't. But yeah, we can engage. So basically, the game's giving us a tutorial, and it's engaged Bridget on Rex, since just trying to show off that you can do this. You have this ability. So now we're coming up on another interesting battle. We're gonna fight. We just fought one Goldo earlier. Now we're fighting a whole horde of them. So we're gonna try and abuse Numa since she has some really powerful AOE in this that we can use to take them out pretty quickly. So while we're moving between battles, we lost a little bit of party gauge passively, so our first goal in this battle is to get the party gauge back by using critical hits and specials. So we're just going to use a quick tier 2 on Mithra, which is AoE, and then hopefully that gives us full gauge. Now we can activate Numa. So go ahead and pop Numa up real quick, use a tier 2, or tier 3 technically, and then finish them all off. Okay, so we want this... The Goldo we were fighting, we want him to not die, so Gamma Ray can hit all of them like that and finish them all off. If the Goldo we use it on died, the Gamma Ray would just end and not finish. Alright, these guys are being a little bit stubborn, but okay, yeah. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. Okay, so now we're gonna do this is actually the first main time save of having enemy aggression disabled. Normally we don't want to do a stealth mission going through this area because these Goldos can one-shot Rex pretty easily if you just run by them because they'll aggro onto you. But so what we normally do in no DLC is we'll wait for them to run by and then try and run by the weaker ones. But we can luckily just run by them and save like 30 seconds or so. Alright. So now we're actually entering instead of a dead Titan. This is the Torn Titan, which is actually a casualty of the first Aegis War. You actually learn all about it in Torn of the Golden Country, the prequel expansion pass story content for this game. Actually a really good deal. You pay $30, you get access to all this DLC we're using right now, and you get an entirely new game in Torn of the Golden Country, which is a pretty incredible game. Pretty much every issue anyone had with Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was fixed in Torna. The only real drawback of Torna is it's a bit shorter since it's just an add-on story, but it's still pretty incredible, and anyone who's enjoyed this game should try it out. Alright, so we're trying to get to the World Tree because we can see it from the bottom of the Cloud Sea. We're going to try and enter it from the bottom. So we're going to go ahead and move this way because we can see the entrance is over through the Titan and on the other side of it. So right now we're going to come up in that battle I was mentioning, how we needed to be a certain level for it. So this is the Infernal Goldo. It's a pretty big monster and it has quite a bit of HP compared to anything we fought so far. It has about 2 million HP. And we're going to start out with just Rex and Jin, but after the first phase our party's going to rejoin with us. So we're going to get Nia and Morag back so we can use Crossette. So we're going to get free Numa to start this battle. The game gives us party gauge just for tutorial purposes. So we're going to instantly use her and use her special right away. We'll use one more special and that should finish off this battle. One thing I did at the start of the battle is I didn't engage right away. I let the thing aggro Jin. So I let Jin hit him first and then let the thing hit Jin first. Because this monster's first attack will absorb the element of whoever he's facing. If he tries to absorb Numa, Numa will just resist it so he won't absorb the element. And we want him to absorb an element, so he has a weakness, so we can do 20% damage from Numa. Alright, so we finished phase 1. Now we're going to fix up our party and put Crossset back in and switch in Morag as well. So basically we're going to go into our last main strategy for battle in this game. Basically a combination of Crossset and Numa. So we're going to activate Numa right away. And we're going to basically want to build up a quick nuclear blast with Numa. So we're going to use Morag, a bridge of tier 1. And we're going to want to get a tier 4 off with Crossset on a break. And then do a tier 3 nuclear blast on the same break with Numa. Ah, dang, we lost Affinity right there. That's not too good. Hopefully get it back in time. At least we're getting good breaks right now. Alright, I'm just going to do a tier 2. Since I'm not going to get Infinity, I'm going to lose Numa, because Numa only lost a minute, so I'm going to do a little bit different strat here. I'm probably going to just chain this. Okay. Got the break, we'll just go ahead and do this and then chain them. Let's get it over with. There's still an XP curve after this battle, because there's going to be one more battle, the final boss, where we need to be level 61 for it. And it can be tough to get to level 61 for it, since it's level 70. But if we chain this Goldo, we're pretty much guaranteed to get to that limit. Or at least a 61, so we're going to go ahead and do that and make it safe. You don't have to be level 51 or level 61 for the final boss. But it's a lot more trickier to pull it off since you have a lower chance to break when you aren't 51 or 61. But we should finish this guy off no problem. So yeah, 300% overkill, that's plenty. And this guy gives a buttload of XP too, so we should get a good 70,000 experience from this battle. 60,000, pretty good. Alright, so that's the giant down, Inferno Goldo. The rest of this chapter is pretty straightforward. We're just going to be climbing the wall tree. You can see we're on the root of the wall tree now, and it's just in front of us. And so we're finally at our destination from Chapter 2, where we try to go off to the war tree from Uriah, or from Gormat in Chapter 3. And now we're finally there 5 chapters later. Some really atmospheric music right now as well. And then here we are at the entrance to the wall tree itself. So Jin actually is going to leave our party at this point. We couldn't use him in the second phase of the last battle since he was injured. But he was still tagging along with us. But now Malus and the rest of Torna is going to come down in the Monosphorus, their giant ship, and take Jin back from us since they finally found him. And they're just going to fly to the top of the wall tree because I don't know why we couldn't do that, but they get cool ships that they can fly with, so we have to climb the long way, unfortunately. So yeah, the wall tree is a lot of elevators and basically a lot of elevators, and just because we need to get pretty vertical, so we're just going to be venturing from elevator to elevator in this dungeon. There's a lot of battles in this place where a casual player would definitely think they're necessary. Luckily, we don't have to do a single non-story related battle in this area, so we can just literally run from elevator to elevator. There's a few points where the elevator is guarded by enemies that are going to aggro you either way, but they also happen to have a cutscene trigger right behind them, so you can de-aggro with that, so it's pretty convenient. Although I suppose in DLC we have enemy aggression disabled, so it's a moot point altogether. But regardless, you don't need to aggro anything in this area, or you don't need to fight anything, I should say. You can just run by it all. So yeah, just another elevator, just climbing on up. I think this is the second one already. There's like 8 or so elevators in this place. It's pretty crazy. I'm gonna be honest, this area actually gives me some strong vibes from, if anyone's played Mega Man Legends, the main gate in that game. I don't know, this gives me the same sort of vibes. It's kind of weird. It's like you're exploring like an area that's not like it has like mechanical stuff, but it's really mostly just like nature. And then you get to like your final destination, which you think is just, you're not sure what it's gonna be, but like in this game it's a giant tree, and you get inside of it and there's just a giant mechanical robotic place, and you're like, it kind of throws you off guard a little bit. So we're going to be coming up on our third clip that we're actually going to be using in the run. It's kind of mandatory. It's probably the easiest clip we do. It's going to be called the nuclear dump skip, or the water tower clip. There's going to be like this tower that you can climb up with a ladder inside of it, but it's surrounded by water and the entrance is underwater, so you need to go activate a control panel to drain the water. But the water tower, so we're going to be swimming, you can swim around the tower, and it has a bunch of corners in it, and it just so happens with the geometry in this game we can just swim right through one of the corners if we swim at just a slow enough speed, a slow enough lateral speed. We can just swim right through it. So that's gonna be right here. I'm gonna zoom in so I can make sure I have a little lateral speed as possible, and I'm gonna go to this corner and just try and go swim right through it. Okay, I almost flipped right there. It's kind of finicky to get through it. Almost there. Hey, come on. There. Oh, come on. That should have been in. There we go. So now we actually can't climb onto ladders while we're swimming, but if we switch our party, kind of like with the tardy gate skip a while back, it'll reset our position so we're out of the water and we're not swimming anymore, and we can just climb onto it. You can actually climb to the bottom of the water right there, while like you can climb underwater on the ladder, and the game lets you, but once you get to the bottom, like, you'll climb off the ladder and the game will just warp you back to the water level. Alright, so now we're at the sky bridge, so it's about halfway through the water right now. And maybe a little bit more. Yeah, I'd say about halfway through right now. Okay, I'm getting some slow loads. This isn't looking so good. Yeah, I think I'm getting the very unfortunate event where you reset your game and you still get slow loads, which kind of sucks. Okay, so now we're going to be going ahead and... This isn't actually the way to proceed in the story, but the elevator we need to climb up next is locked, and we need a key to open it. So we're going to climb up these towers and get into it's like a data room or something. So we're going to climb up here, and then there's actually the stealth mission for no DLC, but in DLC, of course, we can run past it, saving about 5 to 10 seconds depending on RNG, or 0 to 10 seconds depending on RNG. So normally you have to wait right here and make sure that the rotations are good, but because enemy aggression is disabled, we can run by all the enemies and then just go ahead and grab this key right here. I think I actually got a perfect rotation there where I could have done this on no DLC, but... Wait, no, yeah, it would have just barely been fine, I think. So we'll just go ahead and grab that key right there and then can continue to the next elevator.
Let's get going.
Alright, so we'll put the key in and then call the elevator down and continue on our way. It's probably one of the last few bits of downtime in the speedrun. Oh, there'll be one more. Actually, yeah, it's pretty much the last bit of downtime we'll have, just moving around from location to location. The rest of it's just going to be either fighting, menuing and preparing, or short distances between encounters, or good opportunities to explain lore and stuff. Yeah, I'm getting like some really slow loads for some reason. I've never really had it been this bad before. Usually it's just 1 or 2 loads at the beginning of the chapter, and then the rest of it is fine. And the issue is it's hard to know whether or not you should just reset right now, like just save and reset and get it over with, and hopefully you're good on loads. Or it could just be like these few loads are going to be bad, and then you and then after you get past these loads, you can just, the rest of them will be fine. I'm going to go ahead and just try and keep on pushing through, and hopefully it stop being so bad. This is pretty much like worst case scenario for these loads. You can lose up to like 3 minutes, but it's pretty unlikely to even happen in the first place. And yeah, it's just luckily we actually have something that can deal with it with reloading the game. I might even mess around with just reloading twice, which can be kind of upsetting since you lose like a minute that you could save if you just got good loads, but it's not that big of a deal overall. Only for when you're pushing for world record, it starts getting a little bit of an annoyance. So that's kind of the reason I have this loadless time in the bottom left, even though it's kind of broken right now because my live split auto splitter crashed back in chapter 4. But yeah, I'm trying to like get an idea of how long runs are normally at if you just discount all loading times. That way I can compare. Okay, here's my RTA time, and then here's my loadless time. So how much time did I lose to loads? Alright, so here's a boss battle, I guess you can call it, for chapter 8. It's not really that big of a fight. We're literally just going to use tier 2. All we're trying to do right now is build gauge. So we got 2 units right there. We'll use one more tier 2 to get the rest of our gauge. And then should be good to go with Numa. But yeah, there's full gauge. Her tier 2 is AoE, since it hits all the end lines and builds gauge really fast from crits. So now I'll just activate Numa and use Supernova, and we should finish all of it. So yeah, that battle is pretty easy. It's really there's plenty of battles in this chapter. Like literally every other battle except for the first one in this chapter is easier than this battle. So we're not really sure why they put this as the boss battle for this chapter, but oh well. So that's the end of chapter 8. Now we're going to move on to chapter 9. Coming up in this chapter is actually the worst trick that we pull off in the speedrun. It's called a door clip. So all the other clips so far, they had reasonably decent setups that we could do for them. Apart from the one in the Tantal Palace, I opted to skip, but that saves really minimal time in the first place. But this one, we really don't have a setup for it. It's like we're literally just jumping out a corner and hoping we clip through it. We're pretty sure it's close to pixel perfect as you can get it. So it's like not much room for it. So basically all we really do is we have some keys we use to line ourselves up, but past lining ourselves up as best we can, there's not really any movement things you can do in this game, like targeting or something to get a perfect angle. Like in Zelda games, they can have really difficult clips, but they can guarantee perfect angles by grabbing onto ledges or using bombs to turn themselves, or shielding and targeting and stuff. We don't really have any of that in this game. If we could find something like that, it would be really awesome, so we could maybe find a setup for this clip, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, so I'm still getting screwed by load times right now, which is really unfortunate. I can still definitely PB if the rest of this run goes well, but I still have door clip to do, so if I get a good door clip, I should PB, but that's asking for a lot. There's 2 more points right here where the enemy aggression disabled saves us time, so Normally that guy would aggro you and you have to jump off the cliff and kill yourself at this landmark so you can de-aggro him. But with enemy aggression disabled, we can ignore that. And then coming up right here, we normally you'd have to run around on the wall to get past these guys to open the door, but we can run right by them instead. So that's also a little bit of time save. So normally we'd hit the right wall right here, and we would open this panel and continue on. Alright, here's one of those yums that can kill us. This one usually doesn't do much damage to you. It's pretty safe to run by it, but if it does aggro you, not Morag, and gets an art off, you'll probably die, which isn't great. Considering you're just before this landmark, so you'd go back to the previous landmark, usually. So yeah, now we have a long bridge to walk across, and then immediately after this bridge finishes, we'll have door clip. It's actually a pretty cool scene right here. You can see in the background they have a... You can actually see the Titan Indol is actually in combat with the Monoceros from Torna. And you can see Moradane right there in the background. You can see all the Titans are around in this area. One of the plot elements at this point is that Amalthus, like Rex, is the master driver since he is the driver of Malos. And he uses that ability even more than Rex, and he uses it to control the Titans by channeling his energy through some pillars on Indol. He uses his power to control the Titans and try and attack both Rex's party and Torna's party to try and stop them from ascending the World Tree. Because he wants to ascend the World Tree for himself. Basically, Rex wants to ascend the World Tree to get Pyra to her home. Malos wants to ascend it so he can kill the Architect, which is basically the god of this world. And Amalthus wants to climb it for, I'm actually not sure what his reason is, but Amalthus actually climbed the World Tree back in 500 years ago in the Aegis War, and that's how the Aegis has actually made it to Alrest, is he climbed the World Tree and found their core crystals in the World Tree, or in Elysium, and brought them back to Alrest. So here's door clip. So basically we want to get through this door, and the best way to do that is to jump at this pillar until we clip through it. There's one other way to get through this door. If we manage to pull 3 electric blades in our blade pulls, with the 3 of them plus Pandoria, we'd have 4 electric mastery, and then we can get level 5 focus between Mithra, Pyra, and just Pyra and Wulfric by leveling up their focus nodes, because you need level 4 electric mastery and level 5 focus to open up this control panel and open the door with it normally. But because it's RNG to get those electric blades, and you might not always get them, sometimes you just don't have an option. You have to open this control. You have to just clip through this door instead. Additionally, doing the development to get level 5 focus takes about 1.5 to 2 minutes, or maybe 1 minute to 2 minutes at most, depending on how efficient you are. So getting a first high door clip is going to save you at least a minute from what you would do normally. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That was about a minute we lost there, which is not bad at all. That was about maybe 30 tries or so. That's probably gonna hurt us for PBs. It's time to save still, but yeah, this is really pushing it now, especially with these slow loads we're getting. I think we've lost like 2 minutes of loads in this last 2 chapters so far, which is really unfortunate. So we could be like 30 seconds ahead with time to save, but it's the nature of the speedrun. You win some, you lose some. We got good blade pulls this run, but we had bad loads, so yeah. Not to mention we lost like 2 minutes dying in chapter 4, and plenty of other fights went pretty poorly that we could save time on, so this can definitely be improved on with more practice. I would like to be doing this run, like speedrunning this a lot more, but I'm quite busy with school right now, so hopefully after winter term finishes in March, I should be a lot more relaxed for the rest of the year, so I should be able to get a lot more practice and get a lot more speedruns in on this game, and I can even probably improve the routing on it a little bit better. And my goal right now is to get it to like a 405, probably would be a pretty nice time to get. My sum of best is around a 356 right now, so 4 or 5 is like 9 minutes off from that, so it's, you would think it could go be better than that, but there's so much RNG in this game, it's kind of hard to get within the 1 minute per hour rule of sum of best that like some people like to say. We think that sub 4 is technically possible RTA, but it would require the insane run of RNG. So no one's really, because even just to get a good run going, you need to have really good blade pulls in Chapter 2, which takes 40 minutes to get to, and then you need, not me, there's been very few runs where we even had the perfect blade pulls, so yeah. Okay, so we're coming up on to the final battles of Chapter 9. Chapter 9 is a pretty quick one. At the end of this hallway, the battles are going to start, but we're not quite prepared. We need to go to use the inn real quick to gain some levels and do a little bit of menuing before we take it on. So we're going to get this landmark and then skip our whole way to Fonset. So in Fonset, we're first going to level up at the inn. One thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to leave Rex one level lower than... Actually, no. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to level up as much as possible so I'm as safe as possible for these next battles. Hopefully Nia's level 59 or 60. She should be 60. Okay, I'm going to leave Rex a level lower. Hopefully Nia's 60. Okay, we're good on levels now. Our XP curve is perfectly fine. Nia being level 60 right now, pretty much it guarantees she'll be level 61 after this chapter, which was what is the level that we require for the final boss to make sure we have the best RNG we can get. So I'm leaving Rex one level under right now. I will explain that in the next chapter. It's for one particular reason. And now we're going to have one more menu before we go ahead and take on these final bosses of this chapter. So we're going to move Corvin over to over to Morag. He's been on Rex's entire speedrun, but now we're going to move him to Morag since Rex is better off using Mithra and Numa, and we still want to use Corvin. We can actually take Bridges and Durmark off of Nia and Morag finally by equipping them on Rex with the Master Driver status. Before this point, you had to leave them on Nia and Morag. You couldn't disengage them, but finally we can get rid of them, and they're just inferior to Crossset and Bridges and Corvin, so we're gonna get rid of them for now. So we should be all good to go with these final battles in this chapter. So first off, we have the final fight with Jin. We've already fought him twice before in Temperantia and in Tantal, and he kind of bested us in both times. This time we're completely powered up and we are ready to take him on for real. So he's actually really formidable. We actually dubbed him the title of Grand Dodge Master Champion of the World. I don't know, we have a name for him. Basically, he has really high agility and therefore a very high evasion rate, and he dodges a lot of attacks, which can get a little bit annoying. So right now we're just going to try and get Numa going as fast as we can. So we're going to use spam tier 2s once again. We'll use Corvin's tier 2 as well to get some, so we can both be using specials at the same time. Alright. Okay, there's his dodging was empty moment. He dodges everything during that attack. Okay, one more tier 2 might be good enough. Alright, this break, that's good. We should be good now. Okay, sweet. Oh, come on. We can't hit him on this or we'll get launched. Okay, we're gonna topple him and then use the supernova real quick. So this should give him to half HP, and after that we're just gonna we're gonna take off the right of his HP since we have Numa up now. This should do a good amount of damage since he's toppled. Alright, there we go. Now he's gonna enrage and get his wind weakness. And we're gonna do one more combo on him to finish him off. So we're gonna use a dark element to start. We're gonna use Corvin for a tier 2 ray of light, and then finish it off with Heaven's Bolt from Numa. And this should kill him guaranteed. Oh, so we got a break too. Nice. Don't dodge. Okay, we're just gonna go on the break because he's pretty much dead anyways. Alright, sweet. So that wasn't too bad. We can go a little bit faster, but that was a good fight. Okay, so we finished Jin off, beat him, and he finally is like, okay, I was just testing you, and actually I agree with you, Rex. You're smarter than Malice, etc. And he's about to be a good guy until Amalthus comes up. And Amalthus looks a little bit different now. He's gone a little bit freaky. He's actually, considering we're at the top of the war tree, so we're effectively in space. And he's basically a pope. He's a space pope, so that's pretty cool. Pretty funny. We're going to do a pretty interesting stat here. We're going to use a tier 1 from Pyra. Then we're going to activate Numa, because since we didn't chain Jin, we still have Gauge. And we're actually going to try and use a blade combo to knock him back into this hole and kill him instantly. Alright, so we're going to use Nia's tier 2, and then we'll use Nuclear Blast, which inflicts blowdown, and hopefully that will put him in the hole. Okay, come on, please go in the hole. Alright, sweet. There we go. We got a hole in one. We're Tiger Woods. We can golf. So that's a really great strat to finish off that fight, because it can go... It takes at least a minute longer if you don't use the strat, so... Doing that is a really fast way of finishing the fight. The developers, they thought ahead. They were like, okay, let's put like a little bit of a low wall around this hole so you can't jump into it, or you can't knock him into it. So like if you try to use knockback on him, he'll just like hit the little lip and he won't fall in. But luckily, blowdown will knock him in the air just enough where he can go over the lip and fall in. So that's the end of chapter 9. We're reaching the end game now. The top of this elevator should actually bring us all the way to Elysium, which has been our goal the entire game.
I will do my best.
So real quick, we're gonna take Corvin off of off of Morgan and put him back on Rex for one more battle. Cause since we're actually gonna be losing Mithra / Pyra in the upcoming battle, and we're gonna be fighting by ourselves as a Rex. So we're gonna want to take our strongest blade we can. And Corvin, while Crosset is really strong, she takes time to get powered up a little bit, and these fights just go too quickly to use her effectively. So we're gonna use Corvin instead since he's a little bit stronger at first. So now we're in a giant elevator climbing to the top of the world tree. I mean, we climbed up like a long ways, and then, but like we're literally climbing 90% of it just in this elevator. I don't know why it couldn't have been at the bottom of the world tree, but oh well. Alright, so now we're into the top of the world tree in Elysium. We're in a little bit of a space station at the top. Radamanthus portal. We're at in the place we're in is called the first low orbit station. Basically, it's a satellite connected to Earth by a space elevator, and I believe it's in geostationary orbit as well. For any of you astronomy nerds or science nerds out there who care about that, I believe it's supposed to be in geostationary orbit. I think it has to be in order to not fall apart. So yeah, now at the end of this doorway, we're going to finally see the green, lush fields and hilltops and trees of Elysium we saw in Mithra's, in Pyra's dream world in chapter 1. Except everything's dead. So yeah, surprise, surprise. Elysium is not what we thought it was going to be. It's actually a barren wasteland with nothing except for one thing that didn't change between the dream and now is there's a church bell that you could hear in the dream world of Elysium, and you can still hear that here as well. It actually is a church that we're going to be heading to right now to find out what's causing the bell to ring. So you can tell there's actually like looks like there's a bit of a abandoned Komodan village that looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. You can even see like remnants of a city, like you can see highway signs and broken down bridges. Like right there's some skyscrapers as well, but everything seems to be dead and deserted. So now we're just going to be heading towards that church that we hear the bell coming from. Because clearly if there's a bell ringing, there's got to be someone ringing it, right? And there's the church itself. So now some mysterious force tells us that we want to climb to the bottom of the church and come meet him. Except at the bottom of this staircase, we're going to come into a different situation than what we expected. Rex is going to kind of get lost, and all of a sudden he's going to be in Gormott, and then Nia and Dermot are going to be there, but they're not going to be really happy with him. Be kind of angry about how he lied about Elysium and said it was going to be a green, luscious hilltop, and instead it's just deserted. So they're going to fight us. And in turn, we'll fight Nia and Dromark, and then we'll fight Bridget and Morag, and then we'll finish it up with fighting Tora and Zeke with Pandoria and Poppy. So casual players actually have quite a bit of time. They struggle quite a bit with these fights, since usually most players will be using Pyra and Mithra, and then using healers from Nia and tanks from Morag, so you don't have any of that. It's kind of a little bit of a challenge, but we actually have some really good strats in both DLC and no DLC, or we can finish them off very quickly without much risk. So first we're going to use Corvin and just basically do most of Nia's HP and pretty quickly.
I can still fight.
Alright, so there's Nia and Dormark down. Now for Morag and Bridget. Okay, it seems like my plan to not reset and hopefully have better loads didn't work out, because I think we just lost like another 30 seconds, so I think PB's dead now. So here's Morag. We're just going to do the same thing as Nia. Just get her to half HP and use it to tier 1, and hopefully she dies. So the reason we left Rex a lower level in the inn back in Fonset last chapter. The reason we did this is to ensure that Rex is going to be a lower level than the rest of the party, since their levels is going to be based on what their party level is when you fight them. And the box of Vambraces that Rex has equipped will increase his damage by 35% when he's a lower level, so we just want to ensure that we get that damage increase. Yeah, we're losing, that sucks, we're losing even more time to loads. This does not happen that often though. I have a feeling it might even be my switch that causes it. I might just need to use my different switch. So for this fight, we're just going to use one on each of them. Use a tier 1 on Tora, and this should finish them both off. Or Zeke's just not going to come towards me and he's not going to die to it. He'll die pretty quickly. He's got very little HP. As you can see, we're melting him. Okay, so we're coming across the end of the game now. That's going to be the last battle before the final boss. Now we just have a short 2.5 minute walk to the end of the game, and then one last boss battle, and we'll be done. We're going to switch our party real quick. We're going to be going back to the Nia, Rex, Morag party. And we're going to be putting Zenobia back onto Nia, since Zenobia gives us that. And we're going to put Corvin back onto Morag as well, so we can use him on Morag and have Mithra as well. And also going to make sure that Morag and Rex have every other blade equipped, so they don't use them when we don't want them to. So now we're pretty much in the meat of the space station. You can see, look out through the windows and see all the, you can see Alros below us and all the sirens fighting outside for Mithra and Ormalos. Now we're in the giant Artifice Colossi hangar, so you can see a bunch of Artifice Colossus on the walls. We're just going to run right by them though. Actually a pretty good place for casual players to grind up before the final battle because you get quite a bit of XP from them and they're pretty easy to kill. So yeah, just almost to the end of this area and then we can continue on to the final boss. It's just 2 more rooms to traverse. So there's a locked door right there we need to open, but it's locked. We're going to climb up the staircase and use a control panel to unlock it real quick. It's not that big of a deal. Just need a quick detour. I guess we could, there might be a clip to get through that door faster, but it's not really worth it. Takes an extra 5 seconds to get up here and open it, to be honest. So we'll just jump down now and open the door, and we'll be almost there. Just one more elevator to go through. So yeah, jump over this door as it goes down to make sure we get optimal movement, and then climb the final elevator. This is a pretty short elevator though, so we can just jump off the end of it.
Oh, this is where we were going.
So yeah, at the end of this hallway, we'll confront our final battle. So this final battle, it's going to be Malos, but Malos is going to be actually piloting a giant Artifice mech called Ion. And this Artifice is level 70, and it seems really big and tough, but it's actually a pretty easy thing to fight. Even as underleveled as we are, we're like 8 levels underleveled. So it's going to be in 2 phases. It phases at 230 HP. So what we're going to do to start out with is we're going to try and get off of basically a quick mega explosion with cross-hit again. So basically we want to build Gauge as fast as we can to get Numa out so we can get crit rate from it, and then we'll just use a mega explosion and finish him off. Meanwhile, we'll also be making sure to farm as many HP potions as we can. So hopefully we can get a break here, since breaks will increase our party gauge, but it's pretty hard to break without Numa out. So yeah, we keep on resisting them, but that's alright. Oh, we got a break, nice. We're actually just gonna fusion combo this, and then just tier 4 on this, and go ahead. And this phase should be over now. So yeah, this is gonna do probably gonna max damage right now. Okay, we didn't have Numa out, but if Numa was out, we'd have damage capped at 999,000 right there, which is pretty cool that we were able to do it in a speedrun. Alright, so now here's one more phase. There's a few different ways to do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to engage instantly, and what Ion's going to do is it's going to use Siren Buster on us right away, where it's going to basically do an AoE and hit the whole party and almost one-hit everyone. So I'm going to engage, activate Numa, and then run out of range of Siren Buster so it doesn't hit me. It can't kill Numa, and Morag is a tank, so it's probably not going to kill her, and we're going to survive as a healer, so everyone's going to survive it. So now what we want to do is we are going to basically do the same thing as last time, but instead of using, since we have Numa up already, all we want to do is get a break, and then do a cross set and Numa special on the same break and chain attack, and it should be able to finish it. So we're going to go send Numa first, and then do a tier 4 with cross set, and there we go. This is pretty much GG right now, so I'm just going to chain attack as soon as this finishes, and he will die to the chain attack. So you can see it's not doing that much damage, but we're going to get a giant fusion combo out of that, which is going to be enough to finish him off. Yeah, we're just going to mash through this real fast, and see, we're just shredding his HP bar right now. He should be as good as Zeta in the second round. See, one more round and he should be all over with. And then Numa to finish it off, hopefully. Alright, and there we go. Timing ends when the chain attack ends though, since you can overkill him a lot. So we have the timing when we actually get the XP from the battle and the HP bar disappears. So time is right now. Alright, so there we go. That was a pretty good run. We missed PB and world record by 50 seconds, but this is still like the second fastest time done of the speed run. Considering we lost 2 to 3 minutes for just bad loads, which is really rare to happen, I would say this is probably the best run of this game that's been done. And you can tell there's obviously lots of time that could have been saved. I died and lost 2 minutes or 4. There's plenty of fights that were really suboptimal that can be improved on. So once spring comes around and I'm able to put more time into this, I can really definitely see this going on at a 4:05. My estimate for marathons is still a 4:30 though, since there's still a lot of RNG that can happen. I would say a 4:20 estimate is probably feasible, but I don't want to set an estimate that might fail if I have really bad RNG. But yeah, that's Xenoblade Chronicles 2 done in 4 hours and 14 minutes. And then for a ending cutscene that makes everyone on the spam Bible something in the chat because it is very sad. And well, thank you all for watching. And I'll let you all see the end of the credits, I guess, and just let it play out. The credits are pretty long, so we'll be here for a bit, but thank you all for watching and take care.
Is the last gift I can offer you. The rest is up to you, my children.
It's been fun, kid.
Malos.
If only I'd met you sooner. Just think of the worlds I might have seen. But even so...
If I had been your driver, all of this...
Kids say the damnedest things. There was only one driver for me. In all, it wasn't so bad.
Malos. Looks like he's finally found it. Lady Mori. A meaning to his life. Indeed. Frankly, I'm a little jealous. After all, most people go their whole lives without finding theirs. I wonder if I'll find mine.
You've got one already, haven't you? And if what you've got isn't enough for you, well, you can always leave things to the next generation.
You've got a point. Surprisingly enough.
What's going on?
That's... What's happened? At this rate, all of Elysium will collapse. What? Since the conduit disappeared, the power holding Elysium together was cut off. What's gonna happen when it crumbles? Not everything above this point will either orbit the planet or be flung into space by centrifugal force. However, everything below this point, the world tree itself, will fall apart on top of all rest. No, that can't.
The impact would destroy... There has to be a way to stop it. Pyra, please! Pyra!
There is one way. Just one way to prevent it. 5 stories down, from here, there's a control room for the correction boosters. If we can fire the booster jets and accelerate the whole world tree beyond escape velocity.
Look, I haven't got a clue about boosters or velocities, but I'm gathering that we gotta get there, and fast.
Okay, 5 floors down. Let's hurry.
Azurda! Poppy!
What did you say?
Poppy could not possibly. Please. You're the only ones I can ask. But... Poppy. You promised. Didn't you? That below belt. Please.
You're a real piece of work.
What is this?
Ships. Is this a port?
Pyra? What are you doing there? Where's the control room? Pyra! You can't mean...
I'm sorry. This was the first lie I ever told you.
Pyra!
The only way to stop the world tree's collapse is to use the last of Ion's power and annihilate the world tree. I'm sorry, it is the only way. You all need to use one of those escape vessels and get as far away as possible.
What? The last of Aeons? Pyra! What are you doing? It'll be fine, right? You'll deal with the World Tree, then come back, right? Wait! Just wait, I'll come with you! Damn it! There's not enough wire! I got it! Poppy? Poppy?
It's not okay. Poppy cannot.
What do you mean you can't?
Poppy made promise. Pyra say that Rex for sure ask Poppy. Say not help Rex, no matter what.
What kind of promise is that? Please, I'm begging you. All you gotta do is take me over there. The rest of you can just...
Rex.
Come on. Please. She's right there.
Rex.
Gramps.
Sometimes a man must know when to let go.
Why? Why?
Do it for her, Rex. Do as she asks.
Gramps.
Chum, how long are you planning on being a baby? She's the girl you love. You got to accept her decision. That's what being an adult means.
Rex, I am so thankful that I've met all of you.
Rex, Rex. Pyra.
Rex!
The core crystal.
You'll be fine. Without me now.
Pyra. Pyra!
you'll help me. Rex, I'm so glad to have met you. Our time together was short, a fraction in long, long years. But it's been only and brighter than any time I can remember before. You shone a light on my melancholy path. You showed me the way. Thank you for that, Rex. Thank you for that gift of light.
So tell me, how was it?
Do you really want to know? Well, Rex! Gramps?
You know, I think this form does suit me best.
Gramps!
We're heading down. Everybody grab onto something.
Cloud Sea is...
The Titans are... gone.
I can't believe it. Is everyone dead? We were too late. At the land of Mortha.
So there's nothing left of the world but ruins?
We're crossing that rift.
Look.
The Titans.
They're joining with the land. It's true. I think I see what Klaus meant by restoring the world.
Gramps. So Elysium was here all along.
No, Rex.
We're finally here.